Well, kia ora koutou everyone, and welcome along to our deliberations today. Just checking, is the microphones working enough in the speaker that those that have come to watch today and listen can hear what's going on? I see some nods. A little bit louder. Can we just adjust the volume? Great, so this is the volume that it'll be, and hopefully you can hear that coming through a speaker so that you can hear what's happening. 1, 2, 3, I'm speaking about things. Hello and welcome along this morning. We'll fit it in with buttons. Is it coming out any louder or better for you to hear? So, hello again, and is that loud enough for you to be able to hear what's going on? Slow nods, yes? Okay, thank you. We'll check that before we start, and maybe we'll just check another microphone too. Sophie, can we just check that when you're speaking? And councillors, we'll just make sure the microphones are close to your mouths when you're speaking.
Does this work? Hello? Yep. Fantastic.
Okay, well, I welcome everyone then to our deliberations on the Selwyn Huts. I want to thank everyone for the work that's gone in, for those that submitted a couple of weeks ago, and for the consideration put into those submissions, and to the thought that's gone into the paper that's been presented today. Going to open with karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, ehi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. And it talks about the calm morning, settling breeze, an environment where frost is around, and on a winter's day with a touch of frost. So as we think about this morning's meeting, there's a couple of apologies. Malcolm and Shane are apologies, and Megan is not attending because Tomutu has submitted in the process. I'll move that we accept the apologies. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Nicole. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Sorry? You can't see the screen. Sorry, I can't see what your screen is either. Can we just have someone checking on that screen that they're coming through the same as what we can see, please? So it should say Upper Selwyn Huts deliberations, confirmation of minutes, hearings, 7th of August 2025. Is that what you can see? It's a mirror of what we can see, I think. Are there any conflicts of interest from councillors today? There's none. Confirmation of minutes. These are the minutes from the hearings that we've had. Can I have a mover and seconder that those are an accurate record? Thank you, Lydia. Seconded. Sophie, thank you. Is there any discussion on those minutes? All those in favour that they're true and accurate records say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Then we come to the deliberations report. And there's 3 recommendations for today. One, firstly, that we receive the Upper Selwyn Huts deliberation report. Secondly, that we receive the 209 submissions. And then C is the give direction to staff to inform the recommendations for the decision, which will be made on the 17th of September. So I suggest that we take that in 2 parts. So firstly, that we receive all of the deliberations report, and then receive all the submissions that we've received so far before we get into thinking about what the direction or any conversation is for today. So if I could have a mover and seconder that we receive the report. Ground. And I'm back. Okay. So that was moved Bob and Grant that we receive the submissions. Any discussion on that receiving of the submissions? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. And so then we come to the paper that's in front of us today. Today is an opportunity to have a fulsome discussion about all the matters that have been brought before us through the process that we've been through so far. As I said earlier, today's not the decision making of where we land, but we need to give guidance to a paper that will give that clear direction. The focus of this is really around the deed of license and the term and the things that sit within that deed of license. There are other matters that have been raised that we won't be solving through this process, such as the future costs and things which have been the decisions that we make will have flow-on effects to what those costs look like, but those decisions will sit as a part of the annual plan next year. So that will be part of today's discussion, but just so that the clarity is given and direction to staff. So I'll hand over to Denise and Hannah to talk us through the report, and thank you for that, Denise.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Selwyn residents and members of the public. My apologies that I will have my back to you, and so will Hannah for the duration. And good morning, council colleagues. My name is Denise Kidd. I'm the Executive Director of Community Services and Facilities, and it's my pleasure to present the Upper Selwyn Huts Deliberation Report. In June and July this year, Council undertook a 5-week consultation process, and that included targeted engagement with licence holders, drop-in sessions, and a broader public awareness activities. Council officers acknowledge the 209 submitters, the individuals and the organisations who took the time to share their views, and the 45 individuals who came and spoke at the recent hearing. Their contributions have been thoughtful, detailed, and many stories are deeply personal. We recognise the significance of this decision for the Upper Selwyn Huts community, and thank all the submitters for their engagement. Consultation, as defined in the Local Government Act, is really important. It's really important because it provides communities with genuine opportunities to inform the decisions that affect them. And consultation is really important to Selwyn Council because it provides opportunities for the decision makers to hear directly from the communities they serve and the other organisations and entities locally. Today, the Deliberations panel will have the opportunity to discuss and ask questions about the matters proposed in the consultation and the submissions received by Council. In the room, we have a number of staff who are present to assist the panel with any questions, and I will direct questions to most of them over the course of proceedings. In addition, we have joining us today online an external advisor who can speak to the specific matter of the Aqualink report. So he will be available when the discussion about environmental triggers is taking place. So just note that panel questions may be directed to the to when the advisor is available to discuss in terms of the place in the proceedings. Today, Council officers are recommending that the Deliberations panel receive the Upper Selwyn Huts Deliberation Report, and it's also recommended that the Deliberations panel receive the 209 submissions to the Upper Selwyn Huts consultation. These first two recommendations, as Mayor Sam explained, will be dealt with first, and Hannah and I are about to speak to that. And then we understand that much of the deliberations will centre on the direction the panel will give to staff to inform the council decision on September the 17th. We intend to speak specifically to each of those consultation matters for deliberation. The length of the library licence term, whether an environmental event should result in a licence ending early, whether a bond should be introduced in the licence, and whether a building condition inspections should be implemented. So now we focus on the consultation itself. The purpose of this consultation has been about giving certainty to licence holders about their immediate continued occupation of the reserve, the term of licence, and the key conditions of licence. As you all know, the Upper Selwyn Hut settlement is located on Crown land managed by Council. The reserve and the settlement have been around for over a century and have evolved over time from a recreational reserve to a community that now has permanent residents. Originally, the licences to occupy the reserve were issued for the fishing season only. More recently, licences have been issued for 5-year terms, but it's only been in the last 15 years that occupancy for 365 days a year has been allowed for all licence holders. This change has meant that many licence holders have transitioned from using their house at the settlement primarily for recreational purposes to a permanent home. This change means it's an appropriate time for Council to take a medium to longer term view on how it manages the settlement. It is also appropriate at this time for Council to consider the changed needs of the licence holders and the changing responsibilities of Council as the licensor, given licence holders' increased residency at the settlement. Many licence holders have clearly indicated to Council how important certainty is to them. We remind Council that this consultation and the associated set of recommendations and eventual decisions are focused on the immediate continued occupation of the Upper Selwyn Hut settlement and the key terms of the licence that will apply, as well as the key conditions that will apply. I'm now going to introduce Hannah and invite her to briefly talk to the panel about the consultation that did take place.
Tēnā koutou katoa, councillors, community, and staff members. Is that better? Yeah. Prior to the consultation, Council undertook targeted engagement with the community members and councillors. This engagement informed the recent completed consultation. Council ran the Upper Selwyn Huts consultation from 16 June to 21 July.
Can we just get the speaker turned up again, please? Just if the people are sitting at the back, they are unable to hear. If you want to continue, Hannah, and then we'll just check again.
Is this working? Is that better? Cool. My apologies, I've got a quiet voice. As I said before, Council ran the consultation from the 16th of June to the 21st of July. The consultation focused on the community while allowing broader public to make submissions. All licence holders were contacted before the consultation started and were sent emails and a hard copy of the consultation document. The consultation was advertised on Council's regular channels, including its website and the Selwyn Times, and hard copies were located in Council facilities such as libraries and community centres. In addition to the written consultation, Council officers ran drop-in sessions for licence holders to offer another option for community members to discuss the consultation, seek clarification on the process, and ask questions and have questions answered. It also offered an opportunity for them to receive further information. To assist in making a submission. In total, Council received 209 submissions, 34% of which were licence holders, 5% of submitters were non-licence holders living at the Upper Selwyn huts. 40% of submitters had an interest in the area. They were family members, former owners, or people with other ties to the settlement, and 20% of people selected other.
Thank you. So we have moved and received the submissions, and thank you for outlining the process that's got us to where we are today. So if I could ask you now to move through the recommendations that sit within the report.
So in terms of the deliberations panel is asked to receive the Upper Selwyn Huts deliberations report. Oh, and the submission. So we just keep moving. Apologies. So we will now discuss separately each of the 4 matters that was the subject of the consultation and which are for deliberation. And the report that you've received outlined various options associated with each, the risks and the benefits. For each, I will introduce each matter and then ask Hannah to provide a brief summary of what we heard from the submissions, and then we'll refer back to the chair for discussion, questions and direction. Just as a reminder, the deliberation of the matters are the length of the term, whether an environmental event should result in a licence ending early, whether a bond should be introduced in the licence, whether building condition inspections should be implemented. The first matter for this deliberation is the licence term. The options proposed in the consultation were a single fixed term of 5 years with no renewal. The second option was a single fixed term of 30 years with no renewal. The third option was a rolling 10-year terms renewable up to a maximum of 30 years. Officers note that none of the options presented would prevent a future council of the day making a decision to grant a new deed of licence when the current deed of licence is nearing expiry. Also, officers note that council may choose to make provision requiring consultation with licence holders on a new term of deed of licence well in advance of the expiry date. At the 20-year point, for example, that is a possibility, and there are other terms around that. I'm now going to pass on to Hannah to provide a brief summary of what we heard from the submitters in relation to these options before handing back to the panel chair.
Thank you. 207 of 209 people answered the question about a licence term. Submitters had a choice between the 3 licence options and could also make a comment. Overall, 1.9% of people supported a fixed term of 5 years. 20.3% of people supported a single fixed term of 30 years. 11.1% of people supported rolling 10-year terms, and 66.7% of people did not select any of the presented options. It's worth noting at this stage that some submitters in their comment expressed that although they had chosen an option, they did not agree with the option they had chosen, and again, instead clarified their preferred option in their comment. Of the 65 submitters who selected either a single fixed term of 30 years or the rolling 10 plus 10 plus 10 option, 72% of them indicated a preference for licenses without a defined end date or for terms that could be renewed beyond the proposed 30-year maximum. In total, 89.3% of submitters raised concerns about non-renewable terms or gave feedback requesting renewable terms. 109 submitters and their comments asked for license terms or renewable options longer than 30 years, many of which had requested a 30-year term with rights of renewal for a further 30 years subject to environmental triggers. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you for presenting that. I just wonder if we ask our legal team just to share the request for extensions beyond what was consulted on, and thinking about either an open-ended term or the 30 plus 30 option, and how that fits into the decisions we might be able to make today.
And so the question, Sam, is, are we able to make, sorry, so the question being, if you were to make a decision to put extensions beyond the 30 years, would that be legally compliant? Yes. So what, as council will be aware, there have been a number of legal opinions floating around on this. So what we've done is, and what is contained in your report, is a peer review from Mike Wakefield from Simpson Gresham, and he has confirmed that that would be an acceptable option.
So the first matter then that we're going to discuss is this length of the term. We will come to the triggers and the bond and the building inspections, and there may be other matters that councillors want to raise. But on this first matter of the term of the licence, we'll just go around the room and people can share their views on where they think that needs to land based on all the information that we've got. And once we've gone around the table, we'll see if there's some commonality to what people think. And if not, we'll spend a bit more time trying to understand where we can get to. So Deborah, will go round clockwise on the first one, and I'll hand the floor over to you.
Thank you. Just been toing and throwing with regards to whether the licence should be under the Reserves Act 1977 and the ROLDO Act. Just with regards to the toing and throwing, it's my understanding that we've always understood that the deed of licence is actually under the Reserves Act 1977. And it'd be fair to say that since that act's come on board, many of the deed of licences, especially since the amalgamation, have actually been issued under the Reserves Act. Can I have clarification that that would be correct? That's just one question.
That would be correct, that has been the arrangement that council has been operating under, but that's why we sought further peer review from Mike Wakefield on the position, who has confirmed that licences and council's powers to grant them is under the ROLDO.
Okay, thank you. Given that response, 30 years with a right of renewal for a 30 years and right of renewal for another 30 years. 30 years is a long time. Things can change in 30 years. We have seen issues change for our growth just with the last 30 years changing in perceived 10 years. So I, at this stage, given that it's been under the Reserves Act, except that it's more suitable to actually put the deed of licence under the ROLDO Act. And at this stage, I think, given some of the uncertainties that have been discussed with regards to the process, take a precautionary approach, and it currently have 30 years, given that a new council that can come along maybe in 20 years' time, amalgamation could happen, the reform of local government's already being discussed. That would be a matter for the new governing bodies to consider. But from here on, I agree with the 30-year term, and leave it at 30 years, but knowing that there's always that option, given that change, that say in 20 years' time, it could be further looked at under a new administration body, changes in legislation that will come through within that 20-year time frame.
Thanks, Deborah. Lydia.
I feel like I am having the same conversation that I did in March 2024, and not a lot has actually changed for me over that period.
I support a 30-year licence without a fixed end date. I think that it provides residents with stability and fairness and security. And I think there's a few things that we need to do on our part. And I'll leave that to the environmental trigger clauses. But I still feel the same as what I did in March 2024. I don't have a strong why of why we would say you need to leave your homes. And for me, most of this is, I guess, evidence over assumptions. So setting a hard end date is, to me, is arbitrary and unnecessary, and forces retreat before science justifies it. So I sit in the 30-year license without a fixed end date. I don't think I need to say much more on it, really. I think, yeah, I'll leave the rest of it to the triggers.
Cool, thanks, Lydia. And just checking, you're really saying something similar to Deborah, in that it's 30 years, but with an expectation that there'd be conversations about them being extended. You're not saying it's 30 years and then it's the end. We're saying it's 30
No,
years.
I said,
as a license.
I said 30-year license with no fixed end date. So we are not saying at the end of 30 years, you are done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Elizabeth?
Exactly the same as what Lydia said. She stole the words right out of my mouth. There doesn't need to be a fixed end date because we haven't provided any good reason, sound reason for that. And I think definitely what we will be looking forward to with a forward-thinking future council is what those triggers might look like, and that needs to be across the whole community. With the climate adaptation bill at some point, there will be expectations for all councils to look forward into those measures. And I think it's working towards mitigating the flood issues, which needs to happen across the entire district. So that's where I stand on this.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Grant?
Mr. Chairman, just some clarity. Is this one and done? Because there may be some of interest in the other. Is this one and done, or are we having multiple turns at this?
No, this will be, if there's some difference around the room, then we might need to come back and consider what the differences are and how we come together.
Come later on.
Yeah.
Okay, just some clarity for that. What I heard at the submissions was two things really. One, a sense of what is the why for this happening and providing clarity, and I think that's what we need to do. Just addressing the why first, is what, as I understand it, is there's a number of reasons which have been put forward, but primarily, in my view, it was the sewage. And clearly, with the new pipeline to Pines, we've remediated the immediate risk around abatement notices and the inability to stay. So that really overriding why of sewage is gone. There's still obviously the issue of making sure that there's no water infiltration going into that plant, but that can be done by high quality engineering. Some of the other whys, though, still need to be discussed because there's a whole plethora underlying, and I don't think there's just one that we need to discuss. So sewage, I think we've solved. Sea level rise and climate change was addressed by Aqualink and gave us some comfort that there's no immediate risk to the settlement, but there is a long-term risk to the settlement. So I think we should acknowledge that. I don't think we're doing a fair duty to our community by hiding that or saying that risk has gone, because that risk still stands here, admittedly, albeit into the future. Flooding is an annual concern. The community and the deliberations that I heard, the submissions I heard, had a very high risk tolerance to that, understandably, because it's their home and they wish to stay there. But we as a council shouldn't dismiss that risk, that there is ongoing annual flood risk at this community, which is, as other communities in Selwyn, but it is a risk point. Probably a more major risk that, in my view, which may eventuate, is an insidious risk, is rising groundwater, because although it may seem outwardly the sun is shining, groundwater seeps up from the bottom and creates unsanitary conditions. So what I'm hearing from Aqualink, though, is that those groundwater rises are largely predictable and at this stage are not fatal to the community staying there. So that gives us some comfort. I think we wouldn't be doing our duty if we didn't discuss the Tamutu Runanga submission around how they see the licence. And they've been quite explicit that they see a 5-year finite term as being desirable. And the rationale for that, I think, needs to be discussed. The rationale for that is in the letter, anyway, is that 2029 is the lake opening protocol review. And part of that consideration will be given to having higher standing levels within the lake, which clearly could create an issue at Upper Selwyn Huts. And they ask us in their submission to not restrict their options by creating a long licence period, which could say, well, actually, we can't go the direction we want around increased lake levels because there's a 30-year licence of a community which is right by the lake. So I think we need to acknowledge that and talk about that, because that is part of the situation as well. I'm frustrated, and I think the wider group is frustrated at the lack of direction and input from DOC, who are the underlying owners of this reserve. They have removed or sent messages to the lower Selwyn Huts that their tenure is no longer valid within that space. But they haven't provided us with any clear direction or advice around how we should treat this reserve, which I think is unfortunate, and I think is probably an abrogation of their duty as a statutory body. And I suppose that needs to be said, because it is poor. ECAN's submission wasn't really helpful, to be honest. It just sort of said, well, we're with you chaps and do the best you can, really. So I'm balancing the key issue, which I think was the driver for this, which was the sewage, which resolved, with these 5 or 6 other underlying issues that are there. I don't think there's any immediate reason to withhold a licence to Upper Selwyn Huts people, but I think there is, to do our duty, we should be signalling to this community there are significant ongoing risks to this community being there. And it may not be in 10 years, it may not be in 15 years, but there is going to come a time when that community becomes unviable. And what those triggers may be, we may discuss later on, but some of them may be insidious, like rising groundwater, but some of them may be catastrophic, like a significant flood event, like a tsunami, or whatever they're going to be. And it may not be predictable. And if you have a 30-year licence, the challenge is always that, and it's understandable, I would do the same. You've given me a 30-year licence, let's rebuild and let's try and carry on. So that's the challenge that a future council may face themselves. I think the real key message I heard in the submissions was this community wants and deserves certainty, and I think we should provide that to them. But I also think we should temper that with some really clear parameters around what this may look like. So I think, in support of what the other councillors have said, that 30 years is a good idea to provide at least that certainty for a generation to prepare themselves for what that may hold. I think that's certainly acceptable, but I think that having a 10-year check-in period every 10 years would be a valid way to do that. And I think it would be great for the community and for the wider Selwyn district to every 10 years check in and say, how are we going against the rising groundwater? How are we going against that climate change risk? How are we going against those flooding risks that we've seen in the past? Have we seen events? Because just a blanket 30-year licence, I think, is challenging. I suppose having a check-in, I mean, what I'm saying is 10-year periods ultimately up to 30 years. So there's 3 periods of 10, but you get a 10-year check-in. So that's where I see it at the moment. But I really do think that some of those underlying issues should not be dismissed. They should be part and parcel of it. So that's my initial position. Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. Sophie.
Okay. Kia ora, everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the report, staff. Can everyone hear me? Or do I need to go closer? Go a little bit closer. So I'm pretty much on the same page as Grant, to be honest. This is never going to be a simple cut and dried thing, and the only reason we're even discussing it is because there's this whole fact that it's dockland. These issues are not restricted to Upper Selwyn huts. There's coastal communities all around New Zealand that are going to have these sorts of issues coming up, and yeah, this isn't going to go away. In terms of the deed of license here, I think we probably need to go for, I would agree with 30 years with the possibility of a renewal. But there's a lot of, the environmental triggers discussion will be interesting because we do need a lot more monitoring on that. We know that there are risks, we just don't know when they're coming. We may never know when they're coming, when they actually, you know, they might turn up randomly. But things like the lake opening protocol, that is actually a man-made environmental trigger, really. We drained the lake, which enabled these sorts of hut communities to exist. It's not actually sustainable to keep the lake at the level that it is. So that in itself is something that we will probably need to take this discussion into the next discussion with ECAN and the rest of the co-governance group for Te Waihora into, okay, if that consent, if the level is going to change, then that needs to be built into how do we manage that. And the other part around things like flood risk, just from water coming down the catchment from massive rain events further upstream. Actually, we don't build those floodwater protection mechanisms. That's not even our responsibility. So this is seriously difficult for us as a single entity to come up with a solution. And on that basis, I would go with 30 years, which sounds like a complete cop-out, to be honest, when I'm saying it, because it requires people who are signing those deeds of license to understand that we can give you a license, we just can't guarantee that you're going to be safe for 30 years. And if that's fine, then that's fine. Got it?
Thanks for coming in, everybody. Put a lot of, I know that all the council put a lot of effort into this, and we've got to a stage where there's some decisions have to be made. But my decision is that it'll be the 30 years, and it wouldn't be finite. But as far as the triggers go, I think they would be more useful when they're required, not on maybe crystal ball gazing on when they should be. I think they'd be better to be actually as they're needed, or preferably before they're needed. But you know, I believe that you need certainty even for paying for sewage and that. And the reason that this all probably came up was the fact that the sewage was a problem, which I don't believe it is now. So as far as I'm concerned, it would be the 30 years and look at it as we go through, and there would be trigger points. But I think that the hut owners have to take some responsibility for where they live, and I think that you know, it's up to them to work in as well. If they see trigger points, it would be up to the hut owners to come forward with those and deal with council and not dig their head in the sand, because I think it's really, really important that we work together in the future, which possibly we haven't done well in the past. So I'd like to see us working as a team, and as I say, as things crop up, that they're discussed. But I'm not necessarily on 5 years, 10 years or anything else. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, everybody, and I'm on the same page as what's been said before, particularly with what Grant and Sophie has said. I'm just a little bit concerned, like going forward, where it is going to end up. But I agree with the 30-year term, and then looking at the environmental triggers and these sorts of things, and sort of having regular check-in times, because like has been said, we really don't know what is going to happen. And particularly one thing that has been raised is definitely with the lake opening protocol and where that ends up. Thank you.
Thanks. Dom, can we come back to you? And just, there's been a number of things raised around what 30 years but with no fixed end date means, and also 30 years but broken down into some check-ins. Can you talk to us about like what's the possibility of structures that can enable that to happen?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess if we start with the concept of 30 years but no fixed term, those we would consider them two separate options. Either you've got 30 years or you've got a license in perpetuity. They're quite distinct options, and what we've consulted on is a 30-year license. But what we do want to reiterate is that there would be nothing preventing council including in its license an obligation to further consult quite a way out from the end of that term as to what the future looks like. So that would be an option in terms of a check-in. I'm not sure if that clarifies.
Yeah, that's cool. And Grant raised about having points to do that check-in. Is there a way? How could that be structured into this so that it, we've got no control over what might happen in 15 years other than what we might say or include today? So is there?
So you could do that on the basis of triggers, as is being discussed. So and it could be a combination of these things. It doesn't have to be one or the other. So you could say, if the lake level gets to X point, or the lake's opened or something, there might be a point to reconsider whether or not there was to be a further grant or a termination with notice at that period. What you could also have built in would be, for example, if you give 30 years now, at 15 years, we're just going to have an automatic relook at and go, what does the next 15 years look like? Is there anything coming that says, actually, we're really comfortable giving more certainty and doing a further extension at that time? So you could structure it as a check-in points, either just as timeframes to give greater certainty to the residents, or particular environmental triggers.
So if we land on 30 years, there's nothing to stop us in 15 years' time having another 30 years license. So like almost every 15 years, we would just have another 30 years license once we look at what's needed. And some of the stuff that the reports have shown us are 80 to 100 years out, but that gives us long chunks of time to get there, but means there's steps. That's possible?
That's correct. And if at the 15 years, the decision weren't made to give another 15 years at that point, that doesn't mean at the end of 30 years or in another 5 years, you couldn't then give the other term. It's not at 15 years, that's one and done and it's 30 and finished. It's just a point where, as you say, you could keep it as a rolling term.
Okay, cool. Come back to anyone at the table, just hopefully there's some helpful if there's other questions you want to ask, but I'm hearing generally that it's a 30-year discussion with no one saying that's like the end date, but that's the length of the current license, with an openness to continue to check in with the community based on probably the triggers conversation, which we'll get to next. Elizabeth?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what would be going on the limb. Do triggers go on a limb? Does lake opening changes go on limbs? The kind of things that we're looking at checking in on, are those things incorporated into a limb in some way so that future purchasers have a heads up as to what conditions and things that we are considering are potentially a problem here?
So I think what we want to make sure we're doing is we're not mixing our role as a territorial authority and our role as a license grantor. So limbs are something we issue as a territorial authority with the information that is required under the acts that empower that. And we can put extra information in, but we also have the guide to purchasing a hut where we can include all that sort of information. But we just want to make sure that the two things are quite separate, and that we're not mixing both. But I don't know if Bob is happy with that answer. If he'd like to add anything else, he's happy with that answer. Good.
Okay, great. The other question was, I'm struggling to use this. I can't find loaded up the original submissions, but the ECAN submission was actually very thorough, if anyone's got that handy. And he talked about using a particular process which does define, which is whoever implements that, whether we do that with ECAN or separately, in which you are checking in with the community. So there already is a process available for that. So I think it'll be worth acknowledging that rather than that having that as a part of the license condition, completely separate. It's an expectation of council to follow that process.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Grant, and then Deborah.
I just want to caution, I guess, about rushing into sort of feel-good solutions without scenario planning of what the alternate might be. So let's just run a scenario, for instance, that we issue a 30-year licence. In year 7, groundwater has reached a level where it's ponding, it's under houses, it's creating unsanitary, damp conditions. A very difficult decision is made that it's no longer sustainable to stay there. You've got people in Upper Selwyn huts who have bought houses under the impression that it'll be a 30-year term. That's no longer available. There'll be very strong legal challenges, I'd imagine, from the residents to say, well, actually, I've got a 30-year licence, you can't chuck me out after 7. I just want to play that scenario out and ask our legal team, because I think we've got to be aware of what this might look like. I think it's all very well saying let's have a 30-year licence, and on my heart, I hope that we are able to issue a 30-year licence, and the people who live there can continue to live there as they always have. But we've got a scenario plan here. What would that look like? So year 7.
What that would look like would be probably, and the language is probably not right here, so please give me a little bit of liberty on that. A right to probably, with notice and over an agreed period, terminate the 30-year licence early. But if you were to scenario plan that through, that would have to be based on the basis of the conversation you're going to have later on what are some really clearly defined triggers, what are the circumstances in which that ability to end the licence early would potentially be. You'd want to talk about notice periods, all those sorts of things to give that certainty, because you are right, you can't, there is that in there. So if you were to cover off that sort of scenario in the licence term, it would look like a right to end early.
Communities in the submissions expressed a very high risk tolerance, and they were prepared to put up with a flood or two and sweep their houses out and be in that case. So it's never going to be an easy discussion that there's someone, which is probably us, subjectively has to make a call on whether the conditions are now bad enough that we have to end the tenure. I think what I saw in the submissions here as well, in the feedback from the staff, was very clear messaging already in the licence, is that residents do take up the licence at their own risk. It's explicit in the licence is that at their own risk. There is no compensation. I think we should talk about that too. That, these are people who are using a licence to occupy. You do that at your own risk. There is no compensation from the council. There is no saying, well, in year 7, I thought I had 30 years, but I've only got 7. Give me 23 years of compensation. In my view, that is not explicitly. There's not, but I want to test that, because I think these are the kind of conversations we need to have to make it really explicit what we are offering here.
Thanks, Grant. Is there a view that just that compensation?
Yeah, so Grant's right. It is what the provisions under the licence are, and I think it's and if we talk around, I think, and this is where Denise has kind of said earlier, we talk a bit around what is everyone subject to when they buy a house is, it is purchase at your own risk. That is the principle on which property law in New Zealand is based. If council had, the only time where council would ever be liable for compensation when someone purchases any type of home in anywhere in the district is where it's been Building Act and the building inspections haven't been done properly in the first 7 years type situation. Beyond that, council isn't liable for what are essentially private transactions and people's ability to assess, inspect their properties and get advice at the time that they do that. So that would be congruent with how any other sort of property type transaction operates.
And I think it's good to think about those scenarios, Grant, and what we might have to, what a future council might be faced with when it comes up, but also thinking of it in that situation, if there's high groundwater, and this comes back to the triggers conversation we'll get to next, is it 1 year of high groundwater, or is it after 5 years of high groundwater? Because again, the high level of tolerance from within the community for saying, of course, it's been a wet year, there's going to be high groundwater. But those are the sort of trigger questions I think that we'll need to come to.
Having been in council for quite a while, my fear is, and it strikes councils around the country, is that they do things with the best of intent, trying to help communities. But when things go wrong, inevitably, the people say, "Why did you do that? You knew there was risk here, but you allowed this to go forward." So that's why I'm being so explicit, because I think, with any acknowledgement of any license, there is a number of risks under this, and they are explicitly noted. And I think that's what today's about.
Yeah, thank you. And I think at the end of the matters that are on the paper for us to consider, we'll come to some other matters that people will want to raise. And the land transfer or moving to some other parcel of land that was raised during the hearings, the Emberley beach scenario, some of that stuff isn't for today's answer, but there's some other processes to try and think about some surety for people much longer term. If we're going to say 30 years, then what's beyond that, or what's beyond 50 years, or what's beyond 80 years. There may be some in the community that want to have that discussion separate from today. So we just need to think about how do we set up some new ways of engaging in some things that aren't directly about the deed of license. There's Deborah, and then Sophie, and then Elizabeth.
Okay. I'm just going to follow on from the conversation that's been going around the property limbs, and we've heard a lot from submitters about the process to date where they do a private transaction outside the council, then they probably realise, oh, we've got a deed of licence we need to sign. So they come along and they've got a deed of licence. It seems to be that it's back to front. There should be the realisation that the deed of licence for any security of negotiation needs to actually fall within the parties themselves. And that needs to be made quite clear, because you could have a property owner in a scenario that comes along, purchases 2 or 3 properties, wants to rent them out, and then realises that they need a deed of licence for each one of those properties, and then realises that under the current deed they need permission, which can't unreasonably be withheld from the council to sublet those properties. And then a question arose in the paper around the subletting, whether it fits in with the requirements of what a hut settlement is within a reserve. Is it compatible with the designation of the reserve to have in the future maybe 1 or 2 licence holders subletting several properties as a business? And that was a question that was actually asked.
So Deborah, just wonder.
So I just want to know, how are we going to put issues like this in the deed of licence, where we need to be upfront with regards to those buying those licences or buying the properties, what their responsibilities are under the deed of licence? We just seem to have it back to front.
We'll come to that later on today, because at the moment we're just talking about the term of the licence. So we'll come back to that. That's part of the other matters that will need to be discussed. But if we could just focus on the term of the licence, the 30 years, and any things that we might have either further questions on around how we get to the 30 years and what might happen at the end, as people have sort of already expressed around the table. So Sophie, you're next.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just keep coming back to the fact that whatever we decide here, a future council can make other decisions. But in terms of things like property rights and compensation, the property that we're talking about here is actually just the huts themselves. The lots are not property. And also, when you look at even our neighbours in Christchurch, when they're talking about coastal hazards, what they're talking about protecting is the public assets, not private property. They're talking about protecting access to roads and various things. That doesn't necessarily mean a whole bunch of other things, which does require very difficult conversations, but they've been having them. And this is the first of ours. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that even the government isn't indicating any support as far as anything to do with compensation is concerned. This is literally just about the ability to put a hut on some public land. When you really boil it down, and they are homes. However, they are also huts on public land when you boil it down to the whole property rights and the responsibilities and whether there's compensation. So in theory, yeah, the compensation to me doesn't come into this period of the deed of license part. It's we can give 30 years and acknowledge at the same time that those 30 years may or may not run to the end, because a future council may need, for whatever reason, to amend that. And people may choose to take their property and leave. You know, we can't preclude that either. Everyone will do what works best for their family. And it may not be ever an easy choice. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Elizabeth, do you have something else?
No, I've decided to save it for the triggers. Thank you.
Okay. So I think that covers off the 30-year conversation. Denise, thank you for leading us into that space, and we look forward to the paper coming. That will probably analyse some of those things that were raised in the meeting, so we can have some certainty around that end piece and the conversation which we're now about to have around triggers, which will inform anything before the 30 years. So Denise, if I could ask you to now move on to the triggers and environmental events conversation, and I'll just note that Andrew Dark from Aqualink is joining us in about 3 minutes, so will be available online.
The second matter for deliberation is whether an environmental event should result in a licence ending early. Submitters were asked to give feedback on 3 proposed environmental events that could result in such a licence ending early. The options proposed in the consultation were flooding affecting access, destruction of a road cutting off vehicle access, and serious harm caused by a flood event. Officers note that a future council can receive and consider new scientific information that becomes available at any time. Officers note that a future council can reconsider its position in response to a future significant event at the time such an event occurs or after such an event has occurred. Officers draw to council's attention that this council may choose to make provision requiring consultation on new deed of licence well in advance, and new scientific information may be considered at that time, and or instances of significant events that have taken place might also be considered. I now pass on to Hannah to provide a brief summary of what we heard from submitters in relation to these options.
Submitters had a choice of 3 options for this question and could make additional comments. Of those who responded to the question, 87.4% of submitters disagreed with the proposed events. 9.2% agreed with the proposed events, and 3.4% did not respond. The majority of submitters disagreed with the proposed events, particularly the first 2 events related to damage or flooding of the road. In their comments, many of the submitters expressed concern about the proposed events, raising a desire to be treated the same as the rest of the district, explaining that if other communities were cut off by floodwaters, they expected council would repair the road. In addition, council asked if any additional events should be considered. 30% of submitters indicated yes, 58.6% indicated no, and 11.1% did not respond. Some submitters mentioned specific environmental natural events, but most submitters in their comments reflected concerns outside of specific events, including requesting independent scientific assessment before any end of licence, community-led decision-making in collaboration with council on any triggers, mitigation before retreat, such as stop bank reinforcement and road maintenance, recognition of the historical resilience and absence of significant flooding in over 130 years, legal and ethical concerns, including references to the Local Government Act and human rights, and equity across the district, including concerns about consistency on how other flood-prone communities are treated. Lastly, Council asked what they would like to happen and what they would like Council to consider if one of these environmental events were to happen. Most submitters requested to be treated the same as other communities in the district, to treat residents with respect and empathy if it came to that point. Some submitters expressed an expectation that Council would apply the same standards to communities and ratepayers across the district, and managed retreat would have to be explored in other low-lying communities across the district, not just this Upper Selwyn Hutt settlement. And submitters expressed a desire for genuine engagement and consultation, and to come to a mutual agreement between Council and licence holders about when to leave, and in addition requested independent advice to confirm if managed retreat is appropriate. Again, others also asked for mitigation and management options to be explored prior to an event being explored. I note that Andrew Dark from Aqualink is online, and Andrew was the author of the Aqualink report last year. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. And we'll go around the table the other way this time, just to give Nicole, you can be first up.
Cool, thanks for that. Yeah, this is quite a hard one to try and do with the triggers, but it is obviously quite important for going forward. One thing I think has got to potentially have a big influence on it is this lake opening protocol and what's happening with that into the future. And as has been said, the community is themselves is quite resilient, and so I think maybe a higher threshold than maybe others. I don't know whether compared with other communities. But looking at what was put in the Jacobs report, the higher thresholds, I mean, obviously, they're with flood events, talking about how those can affect so I just talked about flood events and how serious ones with those. My concern also is potentially issues with the stock bank, and whether we look at something in that regard. And so I talked about the lake protocol, but also just normal lake water level management and where the lake level itself gets to, which might affect it as well. So those are the ones that I thought about to start with.
Cool, thank you. Well,
yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the triggers for me are if something happened that was foreseeable, that there would be a discussion between the community and the council, but these triggers could happen at any time, and it's something that we'd have to expect, and they would have to be, in my opinion, whether it's roading or anything else, it would be the stage that the huts were uninhabitable, and I think that would be the reason for, and that might be something that you could see beforehand, or it could actually happen at any time. So I think that's something you'd have to understand.
Yeah, I don't think the triggers that we consulted on are appropriate. That's the short version. The long version is that we do still need to do work on environmental triggers, and that's not just for this particular community, that's just generally across the entire district. And everybody does. That's literally why we're part of the Canterbury Climate Partnership. And a good portion of that work is to do around gathering data, working out what the best, what we need to monitor and how to apply the data and make decisions based on it. And we've got to acknowledge that we're still not in a, the policy settings for New Zealand and the world generally are still not in a state where we can't rule out the worst case scenarios, both long-term or as short-term catastrophic events. But that's way beyond this particular discussion. In terms of these triggers, yes, we can always fix the road. That said, the road doesn't mean the road will always be paved. It might end up going back to gravel if it's washed out often enough, and we've seen other councils already indicate that that may well happen in their areas. If there was a Cyclone Gabriel level event, we would have huge issues across the entire district. But that said, this community would probably bear the brunt of the whole lot because this is where the river comes out into the lake. But again, it would be bigger issues. And as far as the stop bank goes, again, that is not ours. It belongs to ECAN. So coming back to the whole thing of co-governance of the lake and all of the different parties there, which is, you know, more than one council, this needs to be part of that, the lake opening protocol. And I do agree with, as Councillor Sunkel suggested, a DAP protocol for the lake, but that requires an awful lot more data before we can actually implement or identify the right triggers for a DAP. Which, just for clarity, that's Dynamic Adaptive Pathway Plan, something like that. And they are great, but you need information for it and you need the flexibility to realise what the triggers are, and we don't have that yet. So, but as far as these goes, I don't think these triggers are appropriate. We need more work.
Thanks, Sophie. Grant.
Whilst triggers seem initially attractive, the limitations are quite clearly obvious, aren't they? And I think, as we heard in the submissions, this community has a high tolerance to risk, and the expectation of the Upper Selwyn huts would be, we've seen floods before, let us get on with it. And you know what trigger risks are really going to trigger it. And I suppose I still have some concern that we're ignoring or not placing emphasis on the Tamutu submission around the lake opening protocol and what that might mean for this community. And so I think that probably needs some consideration. But I'm interested in hearing from Andrew Dark from Aqualink, particularly around groundwater. I'm more concerned about groundwater. I think there's been a sustained effort around the shores of Te Waihoara to reintroduce wetlands, and you'll see gradual wetting of the soils. Wetlands do that over time. They will build up more soil moisture, and potentially Upper Selwyn huts could be very, very wet from groundwater. So I'm interested in hearing from Mr. Dark about that, if he's able to comment.
Yeah, Andrew, we'll come to you now then, if you want to provide some comment, particularly around groundwater.
Yes, there is some potential. I think that the re-establishment of wetlands could result in increased groundwater levels. That would be a relatively localized effect. The thing that is more likely to impact groundwater levels on a broad scale around the lake would be the lake level management regime, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Is it all, Grant?
I guess I just wanted to make a comment on the last opening of Te Waihoara. When it stays open, it normally gets down to about 0.6. The lake at this time got down to about 0.8, and ECAN were investigating why that was. Anecdotally, what I hear back from them is that there was a lot more spring water coming into the lake, which is recharging the lake from increased groundwater levels. And even when the outlet to Te Waihoara closed, the lake rose very fast with no rainfall. So that suggests that springs and groundwater is filling the lake up quite fast. So I think it's something we need to be aware of.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Oh, yeah, great. Well, the first thing I want to say is the lake opening protocol is much wider than the Selwyn Huts discussion today. It's pretty clear. My entire district that I look after would pretty much from the modelling at Aqualink would be pretty much underwater. And so we'd be looking at a lot of communities moving away. We've talked a little bit, we've had it raised about issues with the stock bank. I've been out with ECAN, we've had a really good look at their stock bank. ECAN are happy with the stock bank, that's their bread and butter. The stock bank is lowered intentionally further upstream, which is where the water runs across the farmland and across your road. So that's actually designed to do that as an outlet for the water. So again, it's a man-made thing. It's not that we've got a major flooding issue. It's a preventative issue. Bob talked about foreseeable triggers. I mean, at the end of the day, we could sit here in a box, a glass cage or something, and be talking about the AF8 earthquake risk. We could be talking about a tsunami risk. We could be talking about high winds ripping the roofs off our houses. We could talk about flooding. We could talk about the lake opening. There are things that we can do to be prepared, but there is a level of risk environmentally in many ways, and fire risks for Rolleston is an increasing thing. So I think we need to be a little bit more realistic and not too much going down the fear-mongering path. In terms of what Grant's mentioned many times, that this community has a high tolerance for floods. Well, based on what your triggers were, which were quite pathetic, sorry, no offence to anyone, that went out in the submission document, my entire community of Doyleston would also then be classed as having a high tolerance, along with the 47 other homes, plus all the other homes in Taitapu that haven't been mentioned because people don't want it on their limbs, of all those people that have had water through their properties, and they are not asking to be managed or treated out of their properties. So the reality is everybody has an expectation if their property is flooded once or twice in their lifetime that they get the cleaners in and they sort it out. That's quite normal. What we're talking about here is a much higher level of human life is a bigger trigger. And as Sophie's mentioned, and I've mentioned multiple times, it needs to be across the whole district. This can't be an isolated trigger for only the huts. It has to be, how do we look as a council across the whole board? And that's what we can certainly do in the next tradium with council. In terms of the increased high water table, we've already seen the stats on that from another report, and it appears that you guys have the higher ground, so that's not a major issue for you as much as it is for other areas in the district. I think we are talking about fixing a road. I don't think the road is the biggest concern right now, and that's a discussion that certainly, I think all the decisions, without a doubt, for best practice, we need to be working with our community. So if we've got risks, then we bring out our emergency management experts, and as a council, we sit down and we work through things, how we're going to deal with it, just the same as we will for Doyleston and Southbridge and Rakai Huts and every other area in Hororata that has flooding or other environmental issues.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Lydia.
I think Grant's raised a really important thing today, and we're all starting to touch on it, is the lake opening protocol. And I look at that and I look at the Aqualink report, and to me, that discussion is actually far wider than Upper Selwyn Huts. There's a lot of landowners and homes encapsulated into that. So it's something for us to be really aware of. I think that including environmental triggers is important for both parties. I think we need to look at how we mitigate risk as council, but also how we provide certainty for people as well. And so it comes back again to me is evidence over assumptions. And so to me, I feel like I need good reason and science to justify what these triggers would be. If we're talking about roading, to me, it's still not a good enough reason we have a level of service to provide not only to the upper Selwyn huts but to the other people around that area. So I think that the triggers that we've put into the consultation document aren't enough for me. If you talk about serious harm, you know, what does that look like? Is that someone that does something stupid? Because that happens. And to me, you can't evict a whole bunch of people from their homes if someone does something stupid. So I think that we need to build in negotiated, agreed environmental triggers, and agreement needs to happen with the residents of Upper Selwyn huts. And I note that, yes, there is a high tolerance for risk, and I understand how they feel a little bit. I mean, I have a river running through my property. I knew it was there when I bought it. I know that it's risk, and that's something that I mitigate myself, and knowing that that is there. I can't turn around after purchasing this and say, there's a problem here, someone needs to come and fix this. So this is where, I guess, the common sense of buying next to a river and risk comes into it. I was trying to think of, like, what would examples be? And, you know, then I went back to the Jacobs report, and I think that a license should only end if those clear and agreed environmental triggers are reached. But I don't know what those actually are. And that's the really hard part in this discussion. What are these triggers that would make you leave? I don't know what they actually are. I've heard a bit through the submission period, but I feel like there needs to be a further conversation together what that is. And, you know, like I've been thinking a long time about that and the examples of what they could be. And I thought, you know, is it good that do we review the Aqualink modelling every 10 years to provide certainty to residents, and then is council comfortable in that space of making sure that, you know, we know what's happening, residents know what is happening, but again, reviewing modelling isn't necessarily going to lead to eviction. And so, you know, is it something, you know, Grant's talked about significant and consistent groundwater level rise, and that probably comes to the lake opening, as Andrew from Aqualink has said. But, you know, is that something that we put in there? Is that an agreed trigger? I also came to, you know, is it an independent assessment that deems the site unsafe after a significant event? You know, is that an earthquake? Is it, you know, an AF8? Is it permanent flood damage? Again, I don't know what this looks like, and it has to be agreed between us. It's something to work together on. But I think that going through that process of finding those agreed triggers creates a lot of clarity for residents. It ensures council is doing its job around risk profiling and having an evidence-based pathway if risk materially changes. And so that's where I think we need to be reviewing the Aqualink report modelling every 10 years. I don't think that we can just lead into automatic termination in those spaces either. So to me, it's using reviewed checkpoints that tie into that data that is saying it's still safe to be here, and noting that, you know, the Aqualink report, it's saying it's safe for 30 years. So, you know, I'm thinking out these things might be in 50 years' time. It isn't a tomorrow scenario. At the end of the day, I'm looking at this and going, how can we ensure you have security and know what is okay and what is not okay, and we understand your feelings around that? Because I still see that there are a level of services that we need to provide as well, and Environment Canterbury, because you are paying rates. And I look at the drainage classing, and that's around $150 that you pay a year for a level of service. And so there's an expectation that we need to deliver on those things as well. And so does Environment Canterbury. So it's not a just leave it. We have a level of service that we need to provide in this space. I don't know if there's any staff response into any of those, but that's my thoughts on triggers.
Thank you. We'll come to you guys up once we come around the room. Deborah.
It's important that we actually be able to review the Aqualink modelling for not only the lake opening protocols, for not only everyone that lives down by the lake, but also for the growth of our community. Because in a holistic approach, we're all contributing to the increased groundwater mounding. We've got growth that's happening in Rolleston. We've got growth that's happening in Lincoln, hard surfacing. Already on my farm and my neighbours' farms, and you've only got to look at the creeks and the drainage systems. They're at capacity at the moment with regards to groundwater mounding. All of that water has to go somewhere, and it's all going to the lake. And it's exceptionally what some people will say is really bad, but it was inevitable that this used to happen years ago as well. So it is cyclic. But we didn't have the growth that we've now got, the hard surfacing that we've now got, which is actually impacting on what we're seeing on the ground. And that needs to be modelled. That needs to be a realistic issue for not only the hut settlement, but for all of those people that live around the huts that have limited fall. We've also got to remember that the amount of water coming down the Horswell with the growth of Christchurch is also contributing. So while we're talking about the protocol for the hut opening, we might be doing it naturally with regards to groundwater mounding and encouraging the artesian springs to keep flowing at pressure. So I would like to see Aqualink do some modelling around this for the whole of our district, because this is only impacting upstream farming and those people who are living downstream as well, because there needs to be some mitigation that probably needs to happen. And it's no good sweeping groundwater mounding, in my view, under the table. And we should not be sitting there looking at Ngā Tahu's ability to open the lake when this is a natural phenomenon that is actually happening due to our growth, our farming practices on a holistic basis. We're all contributing to this, and those at the bottom of the catchment with no fall on their land around the lake are going to be the first casualties. So I would like Andrew to explain long term the incidences of groundwater mounding.
Thank you. Andrew, can we come to you again?
Yes, that ongoing modelling that Deborah has raised is absolutely possible with the numerical model that we use for the study. The land use change around Rolleston and Lincoln has not been specifically accounted for in the scenarios that we've run to date, but it is possible to do. So that is something that we are quite happy to work with you on if that's the desired pathway.
Thank you. maybe come over to Dom. Can you just give us some thoughts on what you've heard around, particularly what could have, may or may not be included? I feel like what I've heard from the room is that there's a lot of concern about some things that seem pretty serious, but also well into the future. And we don't want to make light of those issues, but equally we've got to make sure that we're reasonable in thinking about what might be included in a 30-year term, and that the lake opening protocol is a key consideration for council, because that will also then inform what's council's participation in that, and are we supportive or not, and what part does what we've decided around Selwyn Huts inform what the organisation's participation in that lake opening protocol conversation look like. I'm conscious that we don't want to step outside of our consultation around triggers, and so coming up with new triggers I don't think is a good place for us to be, and I'm not hearing that there's evidence to support triggers being included right now, so that's probably the hard part of this, and I think that needs to inform what decision we come to. Obviously, if there's a catastrophic break in an engineered wall that's supposed to protect water, that's a completely different conversation. That's not a trigger. That's something very different. So from me, I'm not hearing that there is actually the ability to really include triggers, or the desire to have some specific triggers included right now. But if I could just come over and just make sure that it's good grounds to be on.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. So yeah, look, I think that's right. Our advice is, our advice is that there is risk with including triggers at the moment that weren't consulted on during this process. But additionally, we just want to flag that new information that comes up during the term, that if there's no contractual provision in the licence to terminate or end it early, then that's not an option that will be available to council at the time, and it's more around what those review periods would look like. That would be the opportunity to consider new information.
So you're saying, as we discussed earlier, if there was a 15-year review with the option to think about extending it for 30 years, at that point there might be new information based on the reviews that councillors have asked for around the data that has been looked at, Aqualink report amongst others, that could be included at that time.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, does that generally summarise where people are at? We're not looking to include hard triggers now. That's not going to be part of it, but we want an evidence base to be able to be continued, so we're fully informed, and whether or not triggers are or not included in future conversations will be up to the council at that point in time. Elizabeth?
Yeah, I just want to try and clarify what you were actually just saying there, if you're okay with that. So you're saying that we need to leave some provisions in there so that if there becomes a reason, we don't have the triggers now, but in the future, in the nearer future, if there are triggers that are raised, we still have the potential to make a call and a judgment on the community's permanency at that time. What does that look like in the wording?
So what I think Dom's saying here is, if you don't have triggers and you have a fix, you say 30 years, you don't have the ability to say, if there aren't provisions in it that say either the road washes out, we note that there are 6 flood events a year, or anything else as we've consulted on, you can't simply walk out and go, X, Y, and Z happened, we're terminating a lease. You'd fall back to a bunch of common law principles that you never want to look at to try to remove a lease. What I think we're saying is, if you don't put triggers now, that's the situation. We're not saying you should have them or shouldn't have them. That's up to council. That's council's decision and what you guys need to give us direction on. But without them, if you pick 30 years, you're in 30 years, to Grant's point earlier.
You go first, Grant.
Thank you for that, because I'm going to closer. Yeah, thank you for that, because I think that it's important to acknowledge that I don't know, it's an interesting one, because at the end of the day, like I tried saying before, like the license to occupy is a license to occupy. That's not a license to occupy necessarily year round. Like, this could still, within the context of a license to occupy, go back to being just on the days when you want to go hunting and fishing. Now, I know that's not what a lot of residents want, but in theory, that is still part of a license to occupy. It doesn't mean that you've got a hut that you can live in 12 months of the year, unless that is explicitly written somewhere. And I don't know that we can do that, because we're literally talking here about the fact that we may not be able to guarantee that, I guess. In terms of things like levels of service, access to a settlement is a level of service. That doesn't mean that it has to be a well-formed road that it has no potholes in it. Different councils, and we can't bind a future council to a decision of how high that level of service is. Just like we can't bind them to rating adequately for a bund that would protect forever. But going back to, as Grant's mentioned several times, the lake opening protocol, it's not just about Ngaitahu. It's about all of the districts around and the different agencies that contribute. So we're one party, there's Christchurch, there's ECAN, there's DOC, and there's Te Runanga o Ngaitahu. And it is bigger than just this particular thing, but it's that decision of how high the lake should go will impact on costs and decisions that are made by all of those entities. So that's why we really, really need to acknowledge that when that is discussed, that will have an impact, regardless of what we say today, is going to have an impact on how things happen, or what is able to happen in this community, in Upper Selwyn Huts, and around the entire lake, whether they're in Selwyn land or Christchurch land or whatever, as Deborah's reminded us, whatever entity we have by that point. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is this, not maintaining levels of service, whether it's to do with a road or whether it's to do with how often and how long and how permanently you can occupy the site, that is actually part of that whole dynamic adaptation around a fluctuating environment. We can't bind the environment. It doesn't work that way. But that said, looking at the Aqualink report, even when you look at the worst case scenario, the lake level could be set at a metre higher than where it is now. And in theory, the community would still be fine. There is still questions about groundwater, but looking at where the groundwater is at the moment, yeah, it would be a lot closer to the surface. But as Deborah's pointed out, there are plenty of places across the district closer to the sea and the lake where groundwater is not that far below the surface. So it needs to be taken into account. I'm just trying, like, this isn't, we can't not have acknowledgement of environmental triggers, but equally, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out what I'm saying here. The ones we've got here aren't right, but we need to acknowledge that the environment is not going to stay and do what we want it to do just because we say so.
Thanks, Sophie. So there's a couple of things raised there. One is our ability to have triggers that weren't consulted on. And also the second is around the 365 days a year, people being able to be there. Can you just clarify?
So your ability to have triggers that weren't consulted on would present legal risk, because those triggers the community and won't have had the opportunity to give their views, on that. So that would present you risk in your decision-making process. The second 365 days, again, what we consulted on was the ability for the Selwyn Huts residents to occupy their premises year-round. If we were to now change that back to 9 months of the year for hunting purposes, that is again outside what we consulted on.
Thank you. Grant.
Beautifully answered, but doesn't that just describe the challenge of being on council, where you get tied up in procedure rather than pragmatic solutions? And it's become clear that the 3 triggers we had are basically worthless, not usable. But I think, having heard our legal team speak, if there is ever to be a change in the occupation, it's clearly going to be defined by a trigger event. We don't know what it is, whether it's a flood or an earthquake or whatever it might be. I had suggested the the wording of a trigger shall be a risk which is unable to be reasonably mitigated, which is quite generalised as an option. But what I'm hearing from you is that we'd have to go through a whole consultation process to get that included.
You could go through consultation. Your other alternative, which is probably not as palatable or favourable, would be to set a process that between now and when we put the new licenses in place, you work with the community to define those triggers. But again, it simply is moving that can further down the road.
So just to go back to our discussion about tenure, and we talked about 10-year review periods, that conceivably would be a place where you would discuss those trigger opportunities rather than...
Correct.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Elizabeth, do you have something else?
Just wanting to really understand what we're able to put in, given we're quite limited without having gone to consultation, and what we need, what you feel we need to put in. So looking at what was going to be presented to us as an option is 30 years, no other comments. What else are you proposing? 30 years plus we go to consultation between now and a deed of license with the community to define triggers. And then the third option is what's that third option look like with triggers? Because the way I see it is the triggers conversation is the wider conversation for the entire community. So if we don't tackle the triggers now, but with the climate adaptation bill moving forward at some point, then that becomes a legislative requirement for councils in the future as required. And then that would be a time where you could bring the triggers in once it's defined by the government at a later date. Is that correct?
So a couple of bits to that. I guess in terms of what are your options, we will prepare those and consider those as part of the decision report based on the tenor of the conversation around this table today and what councillors are looking to achieve. And that's something we will have to consider. I'm not able to give you an answer on that right now. And in terms of whether or not in 10 years, as Grant says, that could be your point for reconsideration once a bunch of, excuse the phrase, water has gone under the bridge. Yes, that is what it could be an option, yes.
Deborah.
Thank you. Look, while we've gone round and we've discussed the 30 years, and then Grant's put on the table the 10 plus 10 plus 10, which adds up to the 30 years, and then the mayor has actually said, well, why don't we look at 15 plus 15? What I'm starting to actually start to understand as this conversation is unfolding is that a straight 30 years without understanding all the legislative requirements, the legal requirements, inserting trigger points, at what stage do we actually introduce any flooding event that causes serious harm or fatality, that may only affect a few people in the huts but not the rest of the people in the huts. And it comes back to the fact of what's our duty of care issue as well, which was actually put into the papers with regards to the legal opinions of duty of care. Well, if they want to stay there at their own risk, our duty of care is suddenly diminished with our responsibilities under the deed of license. Is that what I'm starting to hear? And that we actually do need to put in some triggers to safeguard us around our duty of care with regards to issuing these deed of licenses? Can I have some clarification, please?
Just before we answer that, the triggers piece, I think it's been pretty clearly now said there's very little appetite for the triggers that were consulted on, and there's legal risk if we introduce new triggers. So if you're able to provide more clarity than that to us, it feels like that is the position that we're left with, which is no triggers to be inserted at this space without legal risk, and that's then up to the decision of the council as to whether they want to go down that route. But is that right? Just before we get more deep into what these other triggers might be, I think we should just clarify whether people want to take on that type of legal risk through this process.
That's correct.
Okay.
So
So are you arguing for some other triggers to be included?
no, I'm looking at the triggers that are there now, right? And if we're not going to put any triggers in, right? And I'm talking no triggers, new ones, whatever. If we go down 30 years, we decide no triggers, right? And we go out to consultation. What's our responsibility with duty of care as administering under the Remediation Act, our responsibilities? Do we have any responsibilities if all the legal responsibility is signed away by the hut owners, accepting they take all the risk? Can we actually do that under our responsibilities of being the administrator of the deed of license?
So can I just confirm, when we say duty of care, the type of duty of care we're talking about? Are we talking about our executing our responsibilities as a reserve manager? Are we talking about a duty of care under the Health and Safety Act? What type of duty of care would you like us to address?
Currently, sorry, all of them, because if we've got the Health and Safety Act as a duty of care, and our responsibility, handing our responsibilities over, or our delegations solely over to a third party to administer, can we actually do that legally under the Remediation Act?
Can I just clarify the question? Are you asking, is there any extra duty of care for us, for the Selwyn Huts community, more than to anyone else in the district? Is that?
Yes. That's basically it, because we are the administrator of the reserve and it's not held in free title.
So I think if we get back to the nature of what is this transaction and what is council's role in this. So council's role is a reserve administrator over the land. And we have, as we do with all reserves, a level of health and safety duty that we have to execute over the land. And we've had a legal opinion to that effect. That duty of care slides up and down based on our level of control of the environment. So would we, by saying simply Upper Selwyn Huts residents, everything's your own risk, alleviate our duty of care? No, that's not how the Health and Safety at Work Act operates. Our duty does slide down when we're not the people occupying the land, when we've set out clear parameters on how the land is to be used, what it's to be used for. In a much similar way, for a residential landlord, still has some duty of care over the house that they provide to a residential tenant, and the land, or a land leaseholder on a leasehold property provides the land that a house sits upon, but the duty is not more substantial. So I'm not, sorry, it's probably not a very clear answer, but the answer is it's not a high level of health and safety duty, but no, we cannot, what we do have left, we don't waive by saying you do it at your own risk.
Thank you. So before we move on, I just want to make sure that we're saying, I guess, taking the advice that we've received, that there's some, while there is concern for the future and we need to think about the revision of data and the research that has gone in periods before the 30 years, we're not going to include the consulted on triggers, and we're not suggesting new triggers to be inserted now. Okay. Elizabeth, did you have something else?
Yeah, I want some clarification. Is there another place to put triggers? It doesn't have to be in the license, that we can utilise in another way and fabricate it so that we're avoiding having to worry about this issue today, but can readdress this and look at this in the near future?
No, if it's not in the license, then it won't be able to be enforced under the license.
Okay. Thank you for that, Denise. I think we've got time. We'll continue on with the next matter.
The third matter for deliberation is whether a bond should be introduced in the licence. Submitters were asked to provide feedback on the potential introduction of a bond to help cover remediation responsibilities at the end of a licence term. the options proposed in the consultation were to introduce a bond or to not introduce a bond. Officers note a significant number of risks were identified associated with introducing a bond, and officers note there were more benefits than risks with the option of not introducing a bond. Officers did note that the existing deed of licence already does include responsibilities of the licensee in regards to the removal of a hut at a licensee's cost, and the right of a licensor to remove, destroy, or otherwise dispose of anything remaining on the lot, and to recover the costs and expenses of their removal or destruction from the licensee as a debt due to the licensor. Whether this is well understood by those that hold licence is a different matter, but these are the responsibilities outlined in the existing deed of licence. I'll now pass to Hannah to provide a brief summary of what we've heard from submitters in relation to these options before it goes back to the panel chair.
Thank you. So in the consultation, we asked submitters if there were any situations where a bond should not apply. In response to this question, 75% of submitters selected yes, there are situations where a bond should not apply. 16.6% selected no, there are not situations where a bond should not apply, and 8% did not respond. Many of the submitters opposed the bond in principle, concerned about equity and fairness across the district. Many submitters expressed wanting to be treated the same as other ratepayers in the district and said other ratepayers were not required to produce a bond. Others were concerned about the bond's affordability, whether it was legal, and the implications of a bond, given some houses had been at the settlement for many years without requiring a bond from former owners. Of those who supported a bond, many did so conditionally, expressing that council should not use the bonds as a means of ending a licence and provide support to licence holders to assist with paying the bond. 39 submitters expressly rejected a bond in their submission. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Sophie, maybe we'll start with you this time. Someone new around the table, and then we'll go Grant, Elizabeth around that way. Thanks.
This is an interesting one because I can see the purpose of a bond, but equally it is in the license already that everything is removed. So I guess the question for me is just to state it out clearly, what if we don't have a bond, how do we include in the license that if it's just around if for whatever reason council was required to remove a hut and various other aspects of property, how do we recoup those costs? And if that's already in the license, then I'm happy to leave it there rather than request a bond.
Thank you. Grant?
I support a bond. The rationale is supported by the ECAN submission that potentially with the age of the buildings, there will be lead paint residue, there could be arsenic, there could be other contaminants in the soil underneath those houses when they need to be removed. So it seems logical that you would do that. The rationale is people saying, why is Upper Selwyn Huts different from someone saying Ralston or Lincoln? It's because the underlying land is actually dock land, which needs to be remediated. It's Crown land. It needs to be not a freehold title. So that's the rationale I'm taking. I suppose this to me is, it comes back to the tenure though, because if you truly in your heart of hearts believe that it's likely that the license will be renewed, why would you have a bond? And so, I come back to the original thing. I think people are wanting certainty and they're wanting the ability to understand what they might be. So one of the reasons I support the bond is that if it is 30 years, I suggest that it is 30 years with it. That is the licence expires in 30 years' time. That gives people the chance to plan it. It may get renewed. Good luck. That's great if it does. But certainty is paramount for these people, so they can plan and say, well, actually, at the end of 30 years, as it stands at the moment, this licence will expire and I have to take my hut away. You then got a bond. You're then preparing for that moment. If it gets renewed, that's great, fantastic. But there's no lucky marble it's going to be. I think we should be planning for that eventuality, and that's why I support the bond. The longer term you have, the easier it is to collect a bond at modest annual tariffs. I think the bare minimum you'd want as a bond is probably something like 10,000, which is going to be about $300 a year, I anticipate, over 30 years, which is probably, it's not desirable for the hut owners, but I think as stewards of the land for DOC, we have to have some sort of bond to enable remediation when the properties go.
I'm looking at all the increasing costs, which we're not discussing today, but they really do come into play here. So if we add on grants $300 a year, plus the doubling, well, more than doubling of your water costs, so your license fee increasing, the rates are going up, all these additional costs will make it very hard. We've already got the stats on how vulnerable the majority of the community are down there, and their ability to pay, we know, is already stretched. We've talked about how we want people to be the lightweight occupiers, ideally having them as holiday homes. But what's the first thing you do when you're stretched to pay your rates bill is you sell your holiday home. And you're probably going to sell it to someone who doesn't want it as a holiday home. They want to live in it full time to get their money's worth out of it. So if we want a lighter footprint down at the huts, we need to make sure we ensure that it's affordable as a holiday home. And we also risk people who've had it for 5 generations in the family, who've got a holiday home down there, now having to tenant it full time to pay those additional costs. So we need to very carefully weigh up which is the greater evil. Removing the huts and remediating the land, which may or may not be required to do anyway, or whether we ensure that we have a lighter footprint down there at the moment. I think it's also really important that we do acknowledge what's in the license in which they're able to remove the property themselves. Obviously, we've experienced down at Green Park Huts what's happened down there. And a lot of those properties, if they were well kept, were actually sold and able to be moved off by people who are in the business of buying and selling those types of properties. So I think if we don't financially restrict people now, it allows them the ability to put the money back into maintaining those properties as you would as a good homeowner. And I think that's also something that needs to be considered, because if you genuinely love living there and you've got a 30-year license, you will be wanting to maintain your property and keep that healthy home status.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Lydia.
Originally sat on the view that a bond requirement should be linked to environmental triggers. And my reasoning for that was a bond might not be required because there's no end date set and we don't know what those look like. And I feel like the residents already carry some obligations under existing Building Act to remove or remedy unsafe structures. I think that the bond makes sense in time-limited scenarios. And I think just my question actually is, how would the bond, so if we put a bond in, how would that work if someone sells their license? Are they going to then ask that person that is getting the new license for their bond that they've contributed back over that time? So I just don't know legally how that would work.
Can you answer that one for us?
Yeah, we would expect that to be a condition of sale, that in addition to sale price, there would be a transfer of the bond so that the new licensee was their funds that sat and were paid.
Okay. I still sit in the view that I think the bond requirement needs to be linked to triggers, which give an end date of license. So then there's reasoning for it.
So Lily, just you're saying no triggers, no bond.
Well, my view is that we should have gone out and we need to do something that commits us to, in the future, reviewing triggers with the community. But noting that we can't, none of the triggers that we've discussed are acceptable to me, but I think it needs to be a conversation that we need to commit to in the future. And at that point, bond would be discussed then.
I actually support a bond. The reason why I support a bond is that we were given a document during the consultation process, the Upper Selwyn huts, with regards to a statement of significance with regards to the huts. And reading this document, many of the huts, while they may have been basically built, have been modified since the 1920s through to the 1950s with fibre cement board that has a high risk of actually carrying asbestos, as one submitter actually highlighted in their submission. Now, it's very nice to consider that we'll be able to pick up the house and move it in the day that today, when we know that asbestos is a carcinogenic. We also know that the removal of asbestos could cost anything up to $1,000 a square metre to actually consent, remove, and actually manage moving a hut. And it was well purposed that a lot of the huts were reclad with asbestos, I'll call it just a fibre cement product in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s because of the risk of fire. We also may have asbestos in linings that we don't know about within the house as well for the same building materials. And my concern is that this is on a reserve. The cost of remediation with regards to houses that have a high contamination content in reinstating the land if they need to be moved may not be fully affordable by our ratepayers at the time that may not wish to contribute. So therefore, I think it's one of those timeline issues that you've been there 130 years, there has been modification. Some of the modification in the building materials that are used.
Deborah,
sorry, but I'm saying,
just a minute. Just at the moment, what we're doing is talking to ourselves about the consideration.
Okay, sorry.
We're not talking at the people who.
Okay, sorry. My apologies, but there's a high risk of contamination of this particular site with regards to the number of properties that have this fibre cement board. So I'm in favour of a bond for reinstatement, given that we have been looking at change over 130 years, which was good at the time, well informed. But now we know the dangers. And that has to be, from my perspective, contributed to by the hut owners.
Thanks, Deborah. Nicole.
Introduction of the bond. There's been some good issues that have been raised around having a bond, not having a bond. So taking into account, in the license, there is the ability to make sure the site is cleaned up down that track. The issue though is that is actually at the end of the life, then having that amount of money having to come forward and actually be able to remedy it, which is the issue that Grant and Deborah have raised, and also issues that Deborah's raised around what some of the huts are made of, particularly with the age of the huts. So I am thinking more about actually a bond, maybe something that needs to be looked at further. Interesting, Lydia talking about actually linking that to triggers, and that's obviously triggers is still something that needs more work. So yeah, that's where I'm sitting at the moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm opposed to a bond. I think it would be very difficult to administer. Is it done on a value of the property? How much it would take to tidy up after the people have left? I think it'd be very hard to administer, and without a finite end to it, I think that would make it difficult. If we had a finite end, I think then a bond could be placed and worked on a figure that we know on a length and divided into what they pay per year. But with it not being finite, I think it's extremely difficult to sort out what that bond would be, and also the changing of ownership and all the other things that would go with it, all in the staff report, which I agree with. Thanks.
Thank you. Just on the amount of the bond that you've raised, I just wondered, Dom, can you just talk to, has there been consideration around what that, is it a flat amount? What's been looked at?
Look, at this stage, it was what would a bond look like rather than the modelling that would come. And I'm looking at my finance colleagues that would come as part of annual plan consultation, but be linked, I expect, to the length of licence term as well.
Well, I've got some mixed views around the table as to whether there is going to be or not. So if you started that round, yeah? For me, I originally, if there was going to be an end date, then it does sound like a bond is sensible. But with my expectation now is that in 30 years, there's going to be another 30 years, and there's probably going to be another 30 years because the evidence suggests that any end date is a long way away. And so why would we implement a bond when there's that openness to things? But is it a responsible way to look after, as has been raised, public dock land? And if we know that it's a long way away, to me, it's less about the amount and more about the mechanism that gets approved. And so if there's a mechanism that says, yeah, actually, even though it might be 100 years away, there should probably be some form of bond. And if it's a long way away, then it might only need to be, is it $20 or $50 or something at the moment that says, yeah, we need to start collecting this over a really long period of time, rather than having something that's $500, as would be a massive change, and I wouldn't support that. So interested if there's views around, now that you've heard what everyone else has had to say, are there some views around, this kind of feels like at the moment it's a hard yes or no, but the yes or no might actually be determined on what that amount might look like, which will be the annual plan discussion as we've just heard. Sorry, I didn't see who had their light on first. Was it Elizabeth or Deborah? Elizabeth?
Yeah, I need to seek some clarification from those in the industry, so I'm looking that way. In terms of, as Deborah's raised, an issue with asbestos, and my knowledge is asbestos is a dust that gets in people's lungs when they're working in that type of house. So I don't see that asbestos, as the cement board's moved, and there are ways to mitigate dust particles that building companies use all the time at the time of removal. So is there actually a concern about the contamination of the soil down there, and given if you remove the houses, there will not be any people occupying the land? What is the great risk there for the land going forward, and what is this great cost that we will need to put to the land to remediate it for land that's going to be sitting there doing nothing?
So just in regard to asbestos and cement-based products, if they're well encapsulated, so sealed in paint and well maintained, those asbestos particles will be encapsulated and they won't be released. The issue comes where you've got degradation of materials. Those particles will just gradually be released into the air. They'll settle on the ground. The extent of any contamination will only be known through scientific testing of soil and that over time.
But if nobody's living there and it's empty lots, who's it affecting and how?
Sorry, just say that last piece again.
If the houses are taken away, the land is bare, there's nobody living there, it's empty land, who is the asbestos affecting and how?
Just if I can jump in there. So part of the issue is that these settlements have been around for a very, very long time, and we don't know what people have done to the land or what they've added to the land over that period of time, because it's had a series of different management governors. So council has only really looked after it since it was transferred to us. So without assessments of the land itself, we won't be able to determine the cost of what any remediation be. So we won't be able to determine whether the land is contaminated unless we do that testing.
At the moment, we only remediate land correctly if we're going to put property on it. So if it's going to be returned to bare land, what is the point of the remediation? What's the requirements of the remediation, and why would we be remediating bare land?
So as stewards, we don't own the land. Council just looks after it, and we have a requirement to return it to the owners, which is DOC, in the state that we received it, which would have been without any huts on it.
Thank you, Deborah, and then Grant.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Sophie, then Grant. Said lights on.
We seem to be trying to understand that the disaster is going to take out a whole lot of huts. There may be a fire in a hut which only affects one hut owner, as has happened in the past. There may be an insanitary building that requires a house to actually be removed from site or demolished from site, which has happened in the past. I guess the situation is that with regards to remediating that site, even if it was to have agreement that a new dwelling be put there, my understanding is that the Building Act has actually changed considerably, that there would be an onus on the remediation of that particular section or that site to actually happen if a hut was to be removed or decommissioned. Let's just say decommissioned because of insanitary building requirements. Can I have an understanding of, when that happens, who's responsible for the remediation of the site that may only affect an individual, but not the whole hut owner?
So if I can answer part of that question, and then I will refer to Vanessa, who can speak to the Building Act. So in the deed of license, there are terms that says that if a license does end, there are ways the licensee is required to remediate the land. If the licensee fails in that, then there are provisions that the licensor council can take to gain back money to be able to fulfill that obligation. So, for example, if the home is left there, then there is an option that the licensor takes that home and sells it to gain back some money to be able to remediate. I'll pass to Vanessa to address any of the Building Act questions.
Thanks, Helen. So in terms of the Building Act, you've got two scenarios. If somebody is going to demolish a hut, they actually don't need a consent to do that. It's exempt work under Schedule 1. And the onus is on them to ensure that they fully comply with the New Zealand Building Code requirements, which cover the disposal and the safe disposal of asbestos. We're likely to find out if there's still contamination there through complaints. It'll either come to us or ECAN, and then testing would show whether that site has still got contamination there and further remediation is required, but it's ultimately on the owner of the building. If they're demolishing a building and intending to rebuild under the building consent for a new building, they would need to provide us with evidence to satisfy us that that there is no contamination on the site.
Oh, there's no easy questions in here, are there? In terms of what the land's going to be doing afterwards, as Elizabeth said, to my mind, it's right next to a river and it's right next to a lake. If we get to the point where this community has to vacate, then it will be the question of what happens to the land is actually, it will impact on the health of the lake and the flora and fauna there. And that is a problem. That's why you actually need to remediate asbestos in water and various other things like that. That's not good. On the other hand, Hannah mentioned that we receive, we'd need to have the land the way that it was received. But as you also pointed out, Selwyn received the land or received management of the land. There were already huts there. So it sounds pedantic, but now I've suddenly got this question in my mind. Is that part our problem or is that part DOC's problem? And I don't know if anybody can answer that for me, but that's one question. And the other one that I was originally put my light on for is that term in the license deed around recovering the costs of removal, destruction, all that sort of stuff. Does that cover land remediation? And if so, the awkward part there is that it's going to be very hard to remediate that size of land lot by lot. They are quite small lots. You actually want to do the entire site in one go if you were going to be doing it. And if so, how is that cost distributed, collected, or anything else along those lines? And again, is that for us to do or is that for DOC to do? Again, as Grant said several times, it would be lovely if they were participating in this conversation, but they have chosen not to. But it still comes back to a whole heap of uncertainty. Like if we left it up to that clause, I think it's 26.5 or something, until you've actually done an examination of the land with no huts on it, nobody knows what that cost is going to be. So that makes it really difficult to either set a bond, which I still don't think we should do, or say to either this generation of occupiers or future generations, by the way, you might want to have this kitty set aside for removing asbestos and whatnot in the future, because there's actually no way of knowing how big or small that problem might be.
Just in terms of your first question around how council obtained the land, so I will refer to my legal colleagues for confirmation, but the land was given to a governing body without huts on it early in the 1900s, and that has been transferred over the many decades as council only existed from 1989, those responsibilities passed to council. I'll ask my legal colleagues to confirm if that is correct or not.
So I'll just try and pick up on a couple of things Sophie's mentioned, and if I missed something, do let me know. So I guess the first point is that when we talk about the bond and remediation, that's about covering the cost of yielding up those huts at the end of the licence term, and essentially taking them away. And where a licenser fails to do that, council then has the ability to essentially remove those huts from the lot, and there's a debt owing and outstanding to council in that situation. So that's sort of what the bond is intended to cover there. Ultimately, if there is a remediation of the site needed at the end sometime in the future, that will fall to council and its costs as the administering body under the Reserves Act, and it has its obligations to manage it in accordance with those provisions.
Okay, so just to be clear, we've inherited the decisions of previous management bodies, and if the site ever gets transferred to management by any other body, they inherit those decisions too. But as it stands, we can't require a bond that would actually cover what is probably going to be the biggest cost, which is remediating the land. rather than removing the huts.
Correct.
Thank you. Grant?
I think that answer was a good answer because it's not just about soil remediation, it's actually about the costs of removal of huts if people non-comply. And I think we've got a very good recent example about the Green Park huts, that was disestablished. Some owners picked up their houses and took them away. Some people walked away and did nothing, and inevitably the site needed to be demolished. And I think the Nai Tahu picked up the tab for some of that. So excuse me, I'm talking. Thank you. Back to brass tacks. I mean, I'm always a fan of paying a little over a longer period rather than someone in 15 years' time starting paying a lot. If the current owners don't contribute to a bond, it means they get the benefits of the utilisation of the property without any of the costs. So I think it's appropriate that the current users do to contribute to a bond. I think as a regulatory body, we should be looking at the risk that we face, that in the future, if this does get disestablished, that there will be significant cost to rehabilitate the site, and the users should be liable for a part of that. I'm not suggesting that we are going to ask for a $50,000 bond, which would be unreasonable, but I think we should get some form of bond which addresses the issues that we're likely to face in the future.
So this is an open discussion, and this feels like we haven't got to a point where we're able to resolve it right now. We are going to continue the meeting into the afternoon, but we're going to break and adjourn for lunch now. When we come back at 1 p.m, we'll continue this conversation, and note that there's some speakers, Lydia and Elizabeth and others may want to contribute too. So yeah, we're going to break and we'll be back again at 1 p.m.
Can I just make a clarification on that point? So
No, we're going to come back at 1 p.m. and you'll have the floor at that point. Righto, welcome back to our deliberations this afternoon. We're discussing the bond, and Elizabeth was our next speaker. Elizabeth.
I just want to make a public formal apology for Grant Miller for rudely interrupting him earlier. I was just a little bit triggered over the comment of the Green Park Huts for obvious reasons. I just want to clarify with the Green Park Huts that that was a signed agreement between those property owners, homeowners and Ngāi Tahu. They didn't just forfeit their right to take their properties away. Ngāi Tahu gave them that option to sign those houses over to Ngāi Tahu.
Cool. Lydia?
A question came up for me when we were talking about consulting on the bond and the annual plan. And so my question to that is, when we do that, does it mean the bond can still be a no response, or is the annual plan consultation just on the dollar amount? Or undetermined?
At the moment, we would anticipate that it would be on the dollar amount, but ultimately that dollar amount has to come back to council. So if council had new information, let me walk that back a step. Council makes a decision on the 17th of September to require a bond. It's made a decision. They go out to consult on the dollar amount. If new information were to come to hand, which they hadn't considered at the time they made the decision to do the bond, they could unwind that, but you would be unwinding a decision of council. So it would be subject to those rules. So generally speaking, it would be anticipated that it's the dollar amount only that's being consulted on. But again, there's always, where there's new information that becomes apparent, there is always that opportunity to revisit council decisions in the ordinary course.
Thank you.
And so today's discussion about whether or not there's a bond, the consultation through the annual plan might actually come back and say, although there's a mechanism for a bond, the answer could be $0. Okay.
I also just want to raise the point around the costs, because I did mention before the difficulty, if you've got costs and you're a vulnerable homeowner, of being able to maintain your property and potentially pay those costs and then having to rent out the property that may be a holiday home. But I also want to just discuss that there are different types of retreat. There is managed retreat, which is the environmental triggers. There's insurance retreat, which is another method that's used in which the insurance companies won't insure your property, so you will eventually be forced out. This won't be applicable to these homeowners because they don't require a mortgage, so they won't have insurance retreat as a means of deterring them from living there. But then you have financial retreat, in which you make the costs so prohibitive that they cannot remain on site. And that's something I think we need to make sure as a council that we are ethical in our decision making and well aware of all of the increasing costs here before we decide whether or not a bond is the best use of our money.
Thank you. And Deborah?
I think there should be some charge to a bond, and don't know what it is, but even if there's the option for a bond, I think it needs to be considered. I think in fairness, all costs need to be clearly explained to this community, because throughout this report, it actually highlights that the costs that we're currently charging them under the deed of licence is well below what should actually have been paid over a long period of time. And each time we roll over to accommodate the sewerage without adjusting those costs is a cost that should fall to whom? The hut owners as a debt, or the ratepayers district-wide. We talk about vulnerability, we talk about paying, not being able to pay. Please explain that to the family that is paying a mortgage, that is trying to keep their family in a home so they can give them a style of living or a roof over their head. Look at what rates they're paying compared to the comparison of the deed of licence that is currently charged. And because these are low valued properties, the rates that are being collected based on the capital value of the property. So I am mindful in a lot of cases where these homes are second homes, which could be considered by those families in our district paying for rates, paying for the mortgage, paying for cost of living, to keep a roof over their head. A second dwelling is a luxury to them. So I think we need to look at equity issues. And if we're going to look at equity issues and bring costs into it, I think there needs to be the realisation of what the true costs are to live where you choose to live as a lifestyle, whether it be in Lincoln, whether it be in Rolleston, whether it be in Darfield, Colgate, throughout our district. It's a lifestyle choice where we choose to live. If it's a monetary court, and often that will be dependent on the funds that we can actually get to pay the mortgage. So if we start looking at the true costs, tell that to the ratepayer who is trying to put a house, a family home together with all of those costs, and then asking them to subsidise somebody who they might see as in a second dwelling, which is a luxury. So I'm highlighting that to the rest of us, that there's got to be an equity issue if you're dealing with true costs.
We're just talking about the bond. So, and your position is that there should be a bond?
Yes.
Yeah. Are there any further questions of clarity around bond? I guess what we've heard is that somewhere between 0 and the most that's been raised is 300. So there's this gap that we've got around what we feel in the room is the right number. And I don't know that we're going to get to a point where we can clarify exactly what that looks like today, but there'll need to be a decision made at the council meeting around that. So thinking about just the report writing for that to bring in some of the considerations about the length, how it might be collected, how we might determine the setting of what that could look like, or no bond option at all. Can you just provide some clarity around how this would be considered at that next council meeting?
So in terms of the amount of the bond, and I'll look to my colleagues to confirm, but it's a matter for annual plan. Today, and the decision on the 17th is, are we going to have a bond or not?
Okay. And I'm hearing generally that there, a low bond might be acceptable, but through to, there's a range, because there's from no bond through to a higher bond is what's here. But I don't think we're going to get further clarity on that now, other than people wanting to reiterate the points that they've already made. Does anyone have any new questions or things that are going to be helpful for that report to include for you to consider this matter when it comes before council? Elizabeth.
Does the bond need to be done at this time? Can it not be done separately? It doesn't need to be part of forming the deed of license or anything, does it?
It's a decision that was part of the consultation, so it does need to be, we do need to make a decision on whether or not there is a bond. And like a decision, sorry, yes, it is part of the current decision making for us. It was a consulted on matter. We need to provide some clarity.
Right. Well, I would prefer a no bond, but definitely I would prefer options for us to choose when we come to vote. No bond, or otherwise a bond in which the amount is determined at the annual plan.
Thank you. Is there any further thoughts on information you'd like in that report? No? Okay. That gives you the parameters for the report writing. Okay. Thank you. Denise.
Matter 4 is whether the building condition inspection inspections should be implemented. Officers note that there are a range of bylaws and laws that currently exist that may require council to perform a building inspection upon receipt of a complaint. And this applies to any Selwyn property owner. It would apply to me and my family living in a house in Rolleston. These bylaws and laws and council policies must be complied with. And officers acknowledge that access for such purposes may be included in a deed of licence. Just to assist with understanding what there is, I did ask my colleague Vanessa to tell me a little bit about how it worked and how it would work in relation to a property that I might own in Selwyn currently. The sorts of complaints that someone might make in relation to my dwelling in Selwyn includes that there might be stormwaters coming from my property that's discharging on a neighbour's site, causing flooding. There might be the presence of rats or mice that have been noticed. There might be some suspected unsafe living conditions that they identify. So I might be using a shed as a dwelling. There might be insanitary conditions such as a failed septic tank on my property, such as signs of sewage on the ground surface. The steps that council is required to take might include a service request being lodged, a team in council receiving it, and this team doing a desktop review of the file. Then that team might contact the property owner to discuss and arrange a suitable time to visit the site. Council would then carry out a site investigation with the property owner present. Council officers would return to the office, complete a record of investigation, and findings might be, depending on the findings, they might close the file, they might proceed to the next steps, which could be such things as issuing a notice to fix or a dangerous, affected or insanitary building notice. All notices detail the non-compliance and set out remedies are required, along with reasonable timeframes in which the remedies must be completed. Council always aims to work with owners to guide them to achieve compliance. However, Council has no option and must issue notices under the law. What might a building inspection involve? An inspection might involve visual observations and photographs, physical measurements being taken, non-invasive moisture test readings, in some cases samples taken for testing. In some instances, the council staff may be accompanied by other agencies. For example, food and health, where a cleansing order is the topic, there may be vulnerable people involved, so they may include Health New Zealand in the visit. What then would occur was be discussion with the owners. How long has X been like this? And inspection might include some observations, both internal and external, including the roof and the subfloor spaces. One example of a complaint type might be a neighbour or a visit reports visible mould, persistent dampness, or a strong musty smell coming from a property, and that property can be anywhere in Selwyn. The complaint is logged, as we discussed earlier. The owner are contacted to arrange investigation. And based on the investigation, there could be several outcomes. It could be that if defects are identified are deemed to be minor, maintenance issues that need rectification before the situation worsens, a notice to fix would be issued. If insanitary conditions are identified, e.g. defective provisions against moisture penetration that causes a dampness, an insanitary notice would be issued. Depending on their situation, owners might also be connected with other agencies to provide support to them. I've just used that opportunity to share with the panel what happens at the moment anywhere you live in Selwyn. I'm going to now pass to Hannah to provide us a brief summary of what we heard from submitters in relation to these options before handing back to the chair.
Thank you. So in the consultation, submitters were asked about building inspections of the Selwyn Huts settlement. They were asked to select their preferred frequency for condition inspections, and the responses were 2.6% selected annual inspections, 2.1% of submitters selected every 2 years, 2.1% of submitters selected every 3 to 5 years, 48.4% of submitters selected only when there is a complaint or issue raised, and 44.8% of submitters selected other or left a comment only. The most supported approach was a complaint-based or triggered inspections, preferred by 93 submitters. These submitters felt that inspections should only occur in the response of a formal complaint or a visible issue or a genuine concern for safety, calling for a very similar process that Denise has just outlined. Only a small minority of submitters supported regular inspections. Among this group, respondents emphasised that inspections should be fair, clearly scoped, and not overly intrusive. A significant number of the submitters who selected other or made no formal selection asked that, a significant number of submitters who selected other or made no formal submission asked that the inspection occur on the lot only. Council also asked submitters to consider a simplified building condition inspection checklist. This checklist was designed as a reduced version of Council's normal building checklist. This was to acknowledge the age and character of the homes at the Upper Selwyn Huts community. Submitters were asked if this checklist covered the right things, and 7.6% of submitters selected yes, 56.4% selected no, 25.4% selected not sure, and 10% selected did not respond. In addition to these questions, submitters had an opportunity to make comments. They've said that they felt the building standards may not be appropriate for the Upper Selwyn Huts considering the age and nature of the homes. Others said that if inspections had to occur, again, they should only be limited to the lot only. And they asked, and a last question that Council asked was, what support would be expected if Council required inspections and an issue was found? Submitters gave feedback explaining they wanted clear written guidance on the identified issues and how to address them, realistic timeframes for completing repairs, respectful two-way communication and collaboration, access to advisory support or financial assistance, and no punitive consequences such as the end of licence term. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And so just to clarify what we're going to be discussing, it's really, is there a difference for the Selwyn Huts community in our building inspection regime compared to anyone else that lives in the district? I guess that's where Denise has started this conversation. There are responsibilities that we have to all. Is there any specific need to have anything in the licence around something different for the Selwyn Huts? Elizabeth, do you want to go first and we'll run around? Grant, you're next.
I don't believe, and we did receive our lawyer's opinion, that it is legal for us to have a alternative building inspection process other than what you've identified from the Sanitary Building Code. and the unsanitary building code is appropriate for the whole community. It has some very good safeguards in there about not receiving vexatious complaints and working with people and bringing in external providers to help assist in the process and getting secondary opinions. So I think it's, I definitely am leaning towards not having any building inspection requirement on the Selwyn huts and just leaving us with our sanitary building code as our backstop.
What I heard at the submissions, if you boil it down into a nutshell, I think the Upper Selwyn Huts residents felt that we were going to use inspections as a tool to cancel their licence, in a nutshell. And that's where the resistance to this idea come from. I think the question I was asking of our legal team was there any responsibility for us as a licence issuer to understand the quality of the stock that we're allowing to be on the site? It's not exactly the same, but if you have a campground like Glen Tunnel, when you allow a vehicle to come on and be on there for the whatever it is there a responsibility to us to understand whether it's warrant of fitness and electrical certificate of fitness to be on the spot? So in a general terms, is there any legal requirement for us to do that, is the question.
It would come back to your where the statutory responsibility sat. So if we're looking after reserve and we're making sure, we need to be comfortable that we need to be comfortable that anything we allow on the reserve is looking after the land and that we are being appropriate custodians of the land, which is not our own. And in granting a license, we need to be comfortable to that effect. And then, as we've talked about already, that health and safety, not an extensive duty, but that we are doing enough to say any properties need to be safe. They need to comply with all the legal standards in the same way anything else does. And that's what we would do if we, in any other situation where we've got overlapping duties. So, for example, it's not the same, but where we have overlapping health and safety duties with a contractor, we have to have in our contracts and be checking that they have appropriate health and safety systems and to monitor their hazards, and that they're checking and they're doing reporting. So in terms of what do we need to have in the license, we need to have something that says you'll comply with all applicable laws, you'll make sure that everything's safe, and you won't do anything that damages the land, and that allows us to continue to execute our responsibilities as a reserve holder.
Thank you for the answer. So I take the sort of the pragmatic approach of it's not broken, don't fix it. I've been here 12 years. I've yet to hear of a surge in non-compliant buildings inspections coming out of Selwyn Huts compared to any other part of the district. There's been I would have heard of them by now if there was, of saying we've got a real problem on our hands around non-compliance. I haven't heard that. So the only issue I would raise that probably, and it's not internal inspections, is that we are very concerned about making sure stormwater goes to stormwater and doesn't go into our sewage system and create a whole lot of flow that we need to pump to Ralston. So an external inspection around gully traps and making sure that stormwater goes to stormwater and sewage goes to sewage and has the appropriate raising up above sea level would be important. But I personally don't see any need to intrude in person's private life unless there's an issue.
My thoughts are much the same, to be honest. We had quite a few people and read several submissions saying that an external an external assessment of the condition of the lot wasn't necessarily as objectionable as an assessment of the building. And in terms of some of what we've already discussed around remediation of land, in however many decades that might be, there is, long term, it might be helpful for some people to know, and if that was a question in their minds, whether or not there was asbestos, lead paint, or anything like that involved. And as Grant's just raised, around water flows right now. But I think we might be in a position where perhaps this needs to be almost voluntary if somebody asks for it. So, if somebody wants to know what the condition of their building is, without any strings attached, just because you can go out and get a private inspection. it does cost money, but also any private inspection of a building would be against current building code. And that's not necessarily what the hut owners want. So I don't know if there's any way of offering it as a voluntary service, or particularly with the a lot inspection of the land itself, whether that is something that we could put in there, but that wouldn't be part of a deed of license. That would just be just something as an option for people's own peace of mind and just knowledge about what it is that they do own and what the condition of that space is.
Thank you. Before we come to you, Bob Murray, I might just ask, there's been just a couple of things raised about the stormwater, and there was a lot of work that we did a few years ago now, looking at stormwater overflows and lifting the levels of things. Can you just remind us all of that work that was completed, and also thinking about the new pipe that's gone in? That's just the main line to get there. There's possibly further lateral work that is required, and how any external inspection might be a part of that upgrade process?
Sure. So a number of years ago, our staff did inspections of the gully traps to make sure, one, that they were above groundwater levels so that surface water wouldn't flow into them, and secondly, that the roof water wasn't being discharged directly to those gully traps. There were a number of issues identified and letters for rectification were issued, and those were completed. That said, it's probably worth doing that on a semi-regular basis to ensure that that hasn't been adjusted or changed as owners come and go from those huts. With the new sewage system that now pipes through the pines, and depending on the length or the duration of the license, then further work will be required to renew laterals as they're coming towards the end of their life. So there will be a cost associated with that. The existing wastewater system currently the old wastewater system now discharged through a pressure main down to a pond and then used for border-like irrigation further down towards the lake. That system could be retrofitted as a stormwater system, as there's no formalised stormwater system in the huts at the moment. So there will be some work required to provide a resilient stormwater system going forward.
Yeah, as these huts have been built over a lot of years, probably under a lot of different codes, and were possibly legal when they were built, might change now. So I'd hate to see us going through trying to change history. But I do believe that, we'd work on a complaint system the same as anywhere else. I think if the complaint came from anywhere, we would look at it as a council. I don't see this any different.
I've got the same thoughts, doing it on a complaint or issue basis, and it was good to hear from Murray regarding Grant's questions around where the water's going, and that's obviously something just to keep in mind as well.
Thank you.
I prefer that it be a complaint system, no different from any other ratepayer in our district. But I do have a question around, I guess it's when you've got a third party, and I'll use an example. Someone vacates their hut, or that it could be a house, a dwelling, anywhere in Selwyn. The power gets cut, then you get a contractor that comes along, and they want certificates to say that, especially if it's an old asbestos board, they want certificates to actually say that that has to be upgraded or updated, and that's an agreement between the landowner and the owner of the property. And in some cases, it may require an older house to be totally rewired for that safety connection. As a utility operator, they have the responsibility to do that. Same with a power, not a power connection, but any other telecom connection might be another one. Where do we stand with regards to the compliance issue that is allowed, that there's a time frame on that with regards to our responsibility, coming back to that health and safety issue?
Yeah, interesting question, Deborah. When it comes to electrical work under the Building Act, that work is self-certifying. So there's no consent required, no council involvement. It's entirely on the homeowner to work with a registered electrician who will sign it off with an electrical work certificate.
I think that inspections should remain on a as required only basis, in line with the practice that we have across the rest of our district. I think that introducing proactive inspection singles out the Upper Selwyn huts unfairly. Council already holds the powers to enforce safety and compliance, and if a risk or complaint is made, then we can undertake assessment with those people. I think the rules in our current dealer license actually have some things that are mentioned in the inspection report, so around vehicles, so restricting abandoned vehicles, unregistered vehicles, these types of things. There's already these things in our deed of license. And so I think the intent is there to say to not clutter the huts, because there isn't a lot of room there, and that maintains the amenity of the place as well. And there's also a note in the current dealer license, there's the storage, so there's provisions against unsightly storage of scrap materials and whatnot in the current dealer license. So those are some of the things that are mentioned in the report. So actually I think that's on us to probably have a discussion with the building owners around that. So I sit in the space that as required only.
Thanks, Lydia. As part of this conversation, there doesn't seem to be an appetite for the proactive inspection, so that's reasonably well shared around the room. Have we considered that about inspections on transfer, or is there has that been part of the conversation, or do people just feel like it's a no inspections and we just let things be no inspections and it's just treated like everyone else? And this is getting back to the point that Grant raised around the responsibility to care for the reserve. Are we just hands off on, or not? Is there any thoughts on that, Elizabeth?
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just say, I think.
Sorry, it's a new matter. We'll come back to it, but just on that one matter, just being.
That one matter, yeah.
And I'll come back to you after that.
That pretty much the onus is on your own as a homeowner. So if I was to sell my property, or if I was purchasing a property, then it's on me to go and get a building inspection. And I think as a council, we need to be careful we don't step too much over across the line into changing that for the hut owners. So I still think that should be applicable. And it could easily be suggested in the guide to buying a hut at Upper Selwyn huts, that we put in there that we recommend that in the general, that we recommend they get a building inspection, and so they can become aware of what is consented and what isn't. My other question does fit in with this.
I'll come back to you on that second question.
Okay.
That's right. Sophie, you had something just on that transfer inspection piece?
Yeah, it was much the same as what Elizabeth was saying. Like that sounds like a due diligence piece for somebody buying a hut to me.
Cool.
I mean, we could potentially put it in there as, again, a voluntary thing, that if somebody wanted that, if for a lot inspection for our purposes as well as for somebody buying new. Our purpose is simply being just to monitor the condition of the land. But otherwise, if there was something around gully trucks or whatever else, that sort of thing, that sort of information should be in a guide anyway.
Cool, thank you. Lydia?
Similar lines, I think it's due diligence of a buyer. It's something that you undertake when you go to purchase a property, but noting we've got our buyer's guide, so just making sure that those are things that are recommended in there. And actually, just around limb reports, I wonder, can we actually confirm properly that every building has a limb report?
Vanessa?
A limb report is applied for by someone when they want to purchase a property. There's no requirement for everybody to get a limb. It's personal choice.
No, I know that, but just making sure that, these are things that are attached to the buyer's guide that, it is recommended they get the limb report, and that we actually hold that information for those lots. Is that?
That's the process that you're saying happens, Vanessa, if people apply?
People apply, and our responsibility under the Act is to give them the information that's known to council.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Cool. So that's good. Thank you for that part of the conversation. Elizabeth, you had something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to check when we were talking about safety inspections. We have talked about stormwater and gully traps, and we've obviously talked about what's in the current deed of licence in terms of the property expectations surrounding the house. So Vanessa, the question for you is, so the lawyers have talked about safety expectation of the council. Can that be done by an external, predominantly by an external inspection of the house as required?
Yes, so originally when we first put the checklist together, there was an internal section in it, but after the workshops with the community, they were quite strongly against internal inspections. We pulled it right back to just external. Part of doing those inspections, it was anticipated that the building owners would be on site and there would be conversation, and through that conversation we could establish whether toilets were draining appropriately when they were flushed, etc., to answer a lot of questions for us, and that would feed us information on how well the drainage system and that was working.
Does anyone else have anything on the building inspections? Otherwise, what I've heard is there's no internal building inspections. There's no separate process than what we would deal with anyone else in the community. But there might come some points where, particularly if the lateral work around the sewage needs doing, there might be some things around what happens on site for those connections, and they'll be external in nature. Deborah, do you have something else?
Yes, I do. Just looking at some of the older deed of licenses, where do we stand with regards to the fencing covenants? There's a mixture through no fencing through to the guide that allows fencing. Is that part of a building, or is that something alternative that needs to be considered as a generalisation for the deed of licence?
Fencing Act applies to only two individual freehold titles. So if you wanted to put some requirement around there needing to be fencing, it would need to be in the license. But there is a requirement that if there are existing fences, that they are maintained already within the license.
Thank you. That covers the four main issues that we were going to discuss today. Is there any introduction of any other matters that you'd like to give us, Hannah and Denise, and then there may be other matters that I know councillors would like to raise as well?
Rather than an introduction, if I can just sum up what we've heard, just to make sure that we've understood correctly, so we can progress to the report. So to sum up, the preference that we've got from the panel is the 10 plus 10 plus 10 option for the 30-year term, to allow for review, for no triggers. There was a split view on the bond, so we will go away and prepare based on those split views, and that building inspections would occur as they do, only on complaints only and externally. Is that correct?
I'm just not sure that first one is correct. So I think that part of the conversation was saying that there's 30 years, and then I think the report's going to need to come back to us about how other conversations before then around updating the data and thinking about the science and behind would be something that would be considered in a timely way prior to the 30 years happening. So what you read to me just didn't quite feel like where councillors were at, although with an intention to review something in the meantime. I don't know what the trigger looks like, and maybe Julie or Dom can help with some of that.
What we can do is we'll put your recommendation in as put at 30 years today, and as part of that we need to do options analysis in the decision paper, so we can look at some of these different options that have been discussed and do the impact, the analysis, but we'll bring your recommendation of the other two or three options, but bring your recommendation forward at 30 years as directed.
Thank you. Vanessa?
Just a clarification, Hannah, the question around external inspection was based around the checklist that was provided. So the preference is treat like the rest of the district. That would mean internal and external is appropriate to the situation.
Cool, thank you. Other than that, I think what you said, panel members reasonably happy that that covers the extent, given that there will also be options within the paper for us to weigh against that. But I think that captures well the conversation that we've had today. Great. Are there any other matters that you wanted to raise that have been either brought up through the consultation that we do need to discuss? No? Okay, councillors, are there matters that you either heard through the consultation or you think are important to be included in the deliberations for the deed of licence? And again, noting, I know that costs will be one of those things that people want to raise, and we can talk about those because that is a part of this whole part, but we're not asking for this to be included in the report. Matters around the cost or decisions around the cost will be part of the annual plan process. But what we're discussing today will obviously inform that because there's implications of the timeframes particularly. Elizabeth and then Deborah. Sorry, before we jump in, can I just ask, could we please identify what the matters are, and then I can just take a note of what matters we need to resolve and just think about the management of the rest of the meeting. So before we jump into what it is, Elizabeth, can you just tell us what the other matters are that you would like considered by the panel today?
No, this was a clarification on an earlier.
Okay, well, yeah, ask that, that's fine.
So 30 years, fantastic. You did talk about, I'm still trying to get my head around the issue around triggers. You're saying then we won't have triggers added into the clause. But is there any way of writing future discussions on triggers will be a part of the way the license plays out, or is that unrequired? I just want some clarity around how triggers is going to fit into the 30-year time frame. And I just want to emphasize that the 30 years gives the community the chance to breathe and have some relief now from what they've undergone.
I can go away and have a think around if there's a creative way to have a look at that within the bounds of what has been consulted on. So I'm sorry, that's probably sounds like a bit of a dodging answer, but I'll think about it. I don't want to commit now and say no or yes. I'll want to give it due consideration.
Thanks, Elizabeth. So can I just now ask for any further matters that you would like discussed this afternoon before we jump into what the discussion on them? So Deborah, you just want to highlight any other matters?
I want a clear understanding of what the status of the reserve is. Is it still an ecological reserve under the equivalent under the Reserves Act, or is it just an open reserve? Does it have any ecological values that need to be protected?
Status of reserve, yep.
That's one. The reason that drops out of that is no dogs. People commented that they didn't want dogs, but if one person had a dog, then everyone else should be able to have a dog.
Come back to dogs, great.
Okay.
Is there any other matter?
Yes. There was also the comment about multiple renting that was actually asked, and the response that came back from staff questioning whether multiple renting.
Well, Deborah, we'll get into the discussion at the time, but so multiple renting is one.
Multiple renting, yeah.
Any other matters?
Fires, just with regards to what does it mean in the license when we're talking about no lighting of fires? Is it a gas barbecue? Is it an open fire?
And we'll come back to discuss
come back to that one.
Fires, this one. Yep.
Fires. And cats was the other one.
Cats, okay.
And
Thank
cats.
You. Lydia, did you have any other matters that you want to discuss this afternoon?
Mine was just on, I guess, a indication from council in the future to be undertaking reviews of the Aqualink report. And so that is something that I would be asking for council to do, and we review that every 10 years and communicate the findings with Upper Selwyn Huts, just so that, we're keeping ahead of this and communicating well. Cool. So not really for clarification, but something to include.
Thank you. Elizabeth, matters that you'd like to also discuss this afternoon?
What are the Upper Selwyn Huts paying for in their licence fee, and in their rates bill, because we know that those costs are the same. We're going to be increasing those. Just want some real clarity around what the delivery of that is and why that's increasing. And the savings on the pipeline for the final costs on this, has that been passed on? I know I've already asked Murray, so that information may not be available right now, but if that savings has been passed on through that, obviously that's still on the thing, so that'll come back in the annual plan as well.
We'll come to pipeline savings. Is there any other matters that you?
Yep. What concerns are there over the rental properties? So Deborah's raised rental properties, but I want to know what the concerns are around the rental properties. When did we start informing? What date did we start informing every single Upper Selwyn Huts purchaser of the current process in the finite terms? Because we've got that wonderful buyer's guide. When was that? What date was that made available? And has that been consistently given out? The risks to the Upper Selwyn Huts are not accepting a deed of license. What are we planning to do with the deed of license? I'm a little bit confused. Are we rolling out the existing deed of license? We're rewriting the deed of license. And I think that's probably
Thank you.
the
Grant,
key.
did you have anything else?
So, sorry, I'm just seeking clarity from the chair. Are you seeking to discuss these matters today, or just take these?
Some of them that have been raised seem like they're unanswered questions, not necessarily discussions, but there may be things that you've
other questions that have been raised have been ruled out of order because they're not in the consultation document. So I'm just a bit wary on where we're going with this.
So once I get the full list, then we'll confirm what's actually in scope for discussion today.
The only question I'm seeking of the lawyer, and it seems like I'm swimming against the tide a wee bit, is will the 10 plus 10 plus 10 option be one of the options for deliberations, because still having a 30-year license term. So I still think there's real value in coming back. Like you said, if you're going to review the Equilink document, how often do you do it? And it seems like it seems an opportunity. So thank you.
Sophie, do you have any other matters?
No, it was I was going to ask around that first thing with 30 years, just hoping that when we get the report back, whether it can include some information about how a 30-year license would impact the work that is also required around reviewing Te Waihora management, particularly whether that would effectively tie us into Selwyn, already future council, into paying for as much flood mitigation as possible if for whatever reason there was a ruling that the lake level is permanently, say, 1.5 meters higher than where it is now. I'm not saying that that's what anybody's after, just saying, like, what are the long-term implications there that we might unwittingly be tying ourselves into and tying our children into.
Thank you. Bob, did you have any other matters?
I still stick with the 30 years without any strict 10-year. I still believe it should be when it's necessary. I can see a lot of time being wasted on doing something at 10 years, possibly when there's nothing to discuss. So I'd still like to see it open.
Thank you. Nicole, any further matters?
Not from me, apart from supporting what Sophie's said around. I mean, I'm still concerned about with the lake levels.
Okay.
Sort of thing. Sorry.
Cool. Can I just check, Dom and Julie, are there any matters there that have been raised that we shouldn't be discussing today? No. Okay. So we're just going to start at the top. The status of the reserve. Deborah, do you want to provide any further information? There's a question really around the status. Tom, are you able to answer that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the land has a special designation as a local purpose for hut settlements, and as a result, council is required to, under the Act, manage and care for the reserve for that purpose, rather than there being any specific ecological obligation, notwithstanding its overarching obligations as custodian.
Cool. Thank you for that clarity. Dogs was the next thing that came up. Dogs hasn't been something that's in the... can you just talk to us about how dogs has been approached?
So in the license agreement, it says that there are no dogs allowed at the reserve. That was a decision that was made by a previous governance body. I don't know the exact date, but it was a circa 1970s, and it was an acknowledgement of the wildlife at the area.
And so there's no change.
No, that's still a current term in the licence. I'm not clear if any exemptions have been granted. That would have to be a question for the licences team at council.
Thank you. Can I just check, Dom, given the scope of the consultation, is there room to discuss dogs today, or are we, that answer of clarity is an answer about the current state, and any further discussion on dogs would require further conversation?
If I may jump ahead to the question on, is it going to be a new license or not?
Yes.
It's all kind of
Okay,
interrelated.
well, thank you. Yep.
So it will be a new license. It won't be a rollover of the existing license document. So we would prepare a new document based on the discussions we've had, the directions we've had. So whether or not this provision on a restriction of dogs is rolled over, that can either be included in a new license or it cannot be included in a new license. Given we would be removing a restriction, I think we could be quite comfortable to do that if that was what council chose to do, or leave it in because it's a current term.
And the same with cats, then the same with multiple renting, those things that.
With the exception of service dogs.
Okay. They're currently exempt under the current license. Thank you. Deborah, does that answer?
Just with regards to cats, do they need to meet our current bylaw with regards to microchipping?
Deborah, I think all animals within the district fall within our bylaws without pulling apart anything different to that. Multiple renting, that's going to come as a part of the renewal of the license. Is there any further discussion on that today? I think based on the information that we've been presented, it would seem a little bit outside of what we've had information to be able to discuss today. Fires was something else Deborah had raised. Deborah, can you just touch on what you mean when you say fires?
It's always been written in the bylaws that, in the earlier bylaws, that there's to be no fires to be lit without proper permission with regards to being on the reserve. And that means with regards to, I can't find it now, but it was in there, just making sure that there were no open fires or situations where a fire could arise.
You're not suggesting a change from the current?
I'm not suggesting a change, and okay. If it's not in there, it needs to probably be reinserted in there from an earlier one.
So the current license does require essentially not lighting fires on the reserve and taking all reasonably practical steps to avoid fire hazards from arising.
So no change. The Ecolink or just other science review and information is what you're requesting there, Lydia. Can we just explore what that means? And I think this probably comes back to the idea of 10 plus 10 or without necessarily needing to go to that hard reason for it. It seems like that's how do we ensure that we meet our obligations to have up-to-date information for any decision making and keeping the community informed?
So that could be a decision and a direction that this council gives that's outside the licence. So if you had a 30-year term, but as I think what I understood Councillor Glidden was asking was for a review, we hold the information on file, we share the information, we don't necessarily make a decision on the basis of that information at the time. That would be a fine direction for council to give to staff, and that's something we do every 10 years.
Cool. Okay. The licence fee that was raised. So can we just talk about, I guess, what's included in the licence fee and where that's sitting, knowing that actually the decisions on the cost is going to be something that, as we've said many times today already, the annual plan is going to look at. But what's within scope of the licence fee, and how might today's changes impact that?
What's currently included in the licence fee is a water supply cost, a sewer system cost, a sewer trucking cost, which is no longer relevant as the Ellesmere to Pines pipeline, including the Upper Selwyn Huts segments, are operational. There is another historical cost, chlorination of water, that is now just part of the water supply going forward. There is an opening account deficit that refers to historical cost where we have received less in the licence fees than the costs that have gone on at Upper Selwyn Huts. Yeah, these would be looked at again as part of the annual plan.
And is there any update to the considerations for the annual plan based on the direction that the panel's given today?
Some of the other things that might be considered at the annual plan to be included might be things such as the refuse collection or recycling. That's currently not included in the licence fee or rates. There has also been previously an administration fee charged, but that's not currently being charged. That could also be considered. I think that's all.
Thank you. Does that cover for councillors the scope of the licence fee and the types of conversation that there'll be at the annual plan? Cool. Thank you for that. Pipeline savings. How does the savings, which we've managed to achieve for the pipeline itself, flow through to this discussion, which will be an annual plan conversation again, but what consideration has been given to that? Murray?
Like people looking at me. So the license fee would have been based on the predicted costs, so the budgets for the pipeline, and now that the actual costs are known, then the cost proportionate should be based on those actual costs. So that has been worked through in the annual plan.
So there's scope for the savings to be passed on?
Depending if that's real costs that have been used thus far, or if it's the budgeted costs.
Yes, so the cost that will be recovered from the Upper Selwyn Huts licence holders will be a true reflection of the true cost rather than the original budget, so it is lower.
Okay, thank you. The finite term status I wrote down, and I can't remember who asked that. I think to me this comes back to previous council decision which had this finite term in it, and that has been a source of a lot of the conversation so far. How does that decision match in with this? Is there a need to undo that decision based on the direction that we've given today, or is it just superseded by the decision that will be made on September at the next meeting?
Our view is that this is a new council decision on the basis of consultation that's gone out.
So we don't need to, it supersedes any of the previous decisions. Okay, thank you. Does that cover it for the panel members? Great. The risks around not accepting the renewed licence. Who would like to touch on that? Does someone, who asked that question? Do you know, just explain what you mean by the question? And
what I mean is we haven't given these guys an opportunity to actually see, I mean, we're still in discussions, right? To actually see what we finally form as the deed of license and what those conditions are going to be. So if it's still something that the community feel, they still feel vulnerable about signing, because we're not going to be rolling over the existing deed of license, and they don't sign, what is that risk to us, and how does that look? Because we need to ensure that this is something that they're very comfortable with.
I think at the end of the day, if this licence ends up expiring, council will then be able to exercise its rights under it, and we've sort of touched on what the end of licence looks like in some detail already when we talked to bond and those sorts of things.
so the report that's coming the risks part of the report will include this as a consideration?
We can include more information in the decision report around the risks, yeah.
Thank you. Does that, oh, sorry, yes, I'll just clarify,
Yeah.
Elizabeth, does that cover what you're asking?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'll just get Elizabeth to
I was going to say, not entirely, because you just said it lands on the bonds, but I'm just, yeah, I think probably just spell it out for me, you know.
So
It's
when
the
you
principle.
ask, sorry, Elizabeth.
It's principle.
Yeah. So when you ask what is the risk, so if the decision is made to grant a license, I'm just going to play the scenario out and check that I'm understanding. So a decision is made to grant a license, the license is drafted, it's presented to an individual hut owner at the same time as it's presented to everyone else. One individual hut owner decides they don't want to sign that license. That is the license. It will ultimately, if you wanted to make a different decision for a different person, it would have to come back to be a further decision of council, and there would have to be, governed by local government principles, a decision that says we, for some reasonable reason, have a justification that we think we can defend for offering different terms to one person over another. That's where that process would go.
So what you're saying is the deed of license will be drawn up after this, at some point after this, a conclusion of this event, and it won't be coming back to council, it'll be going back out to the community. We don't have to approve a deed of license?
It will be presented back to council.
So it does need to be signed off by council?
Correct.
And the timing for that will be after the final decision. So we won't have, well, we have a draft new deed of license at the council meeting, or that'll be drafted subsequent to the decisions, and then you will be able to present that later in the year. Or
we can take direction from council on if they would like to see one with the decision paper, or if we would draw that up subsequent to the decision, informed by the decision.
Councillors, what do you want to? Would it be helpful to see what that draft deed of license is going to look like for that September meeting?
Yeah, I'm
seeing nods. I think it is. Yeah, cool.
That's a question on
that. The request from us would be to have that, please. Deborah?
Just around that liability, we have in the current deed of license that there's a disputes resolution section where you can actually come and mediate for non-payment. Given the Local Government Rating Act does not allow us to actually claim a cost against the land, if someone refuses to pay their rates or refuses to pay their deed of license fee, what is going to be the process about how we're going to collect that? My understanding, for example, would be that it would go a charge against the hut, but then we could lure ourselves into the reverse mortgage situation where non-payment means continued non-debt against the hut, and then at the end of the day, when there's no equity left in the hut, then the hut owner walks away, acting like a reverse mortgage. Do we need some protection with regards to that situation arising?
I'm not sure. Well, it feels like that question is kind of, there's a general, oh, you've got something that you can respond with?
So I will just note that council made a decision at its previous council meeting regarding the Upper Selwyn huts about arrears in terms of licence holders. So in absence of other direction from council, we would be following that process that has been outlined at the previous.
So because it's been raised today, it'd be helpful if, I guess, the report that comes to us on the 17th can just articulate that, rather than give it an answer right now. But Dom, if you've got some further clarity you can provide.
Yeah, look, we'll just flag two things. I guess the licence fee is a contractual debt, and we would expect it to be unsecured, and that's fairly typical. And then and without a bond, which and then the rates will be considered as part of annual plan consultation.
Okay, thank you. The breaking down of the 30 years, I think we covered earlier, but is there any further clarity around how, or that's needed from the councillors in that report around the options for thinking about particular times for particular bits of information around the science? That's one of the things that's come up around the renewal of things that hasn't already been answered by staff. I think they've fairly clearly shared that it might be outside the licence itself, but a commitment to thinking about how we renew information for people. Nothing further?
Well, I'm just going to state that we've already got a recent Aqualink report. We've got recent reports on the science, and it's telling us it's somewhat in the future. So I think it's something that we maybe need to put a flag in for a timescale for council, but it's obviously not something that we're needing to consider at this council table, other than putting it in the calendar for in the future, because we're well aware we've got the current science, and it's not a pending issue.
No, and that's the reason for thinking a bit outside this current license, but making sure that in 10 or 15 years or whatever the time frame is for that review. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Te Wahora management. Sophie, I think you raised this question. Do you want to just talk a little bit more about what you'd like discussed there, or particular clarity?
Yeah, just basically trying to know that whatever decision, if we have a 30-year license with no environmental triggers in it, that we're not compromising that process that is required by law also, which is, you know, renewing the consent to open the lake, which is going to be done by far more authorities than just us. Don't really want to compromise that process, and also don't want to compromise future affordability of having people on the reserve, in the sense that, does having a 30-year license oblige future councils to spend as much money as is required to keep that community safe, even if future weather events or lake level rises mean that it will cost? Well, we don't know how much it might cost. I'm just saying, if it means that we end up having to put in pump stations to keep the place dry, then potentially this is going to become unaffordable. And I'd rather know now if we're potentially making a decision that's going to lock that cost in for future generations, because there's a deed of license saying, but we're allowed to stay here for 30 years.
Thank you. Is there any advice on how this decision, the decision for the future council meeting, is going to either change or shape our involvement or participation in broader lake matters?
In terms of that, we would need to go away and consider that, because there's quite a few elements in there. So we can definitely note it and make a note to include that in the report. Is there any further comment, Bob? No, thank you.
Thank you. And the last note was around the lake level, but I think that's probably captured by that previous conversation that we've had. Okay, that clarifies all the matters that needed to be raised. Is there anything that needed to be discussed today that we haven't discussed? And just looking, Sharon, anything that you've... No. Okay. If we go back then to the very beginning of the report, which has the recommendations, so this is gives direction to staff to inform the recommendations for decision 17 on the 17th of September 2025, which is the process that we've just been through. So if I could have a mover and seconder that what we've shared today be used to inform that paper. Move Bob, thank you. Seconded Lydia, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favour say aye. Is there anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. So on the 17th of December, there'll be a paper come 17th of September. There'll be a paper come to council on the recommendations that we've had here, including those other matters that have been raised. There won't be public forum on this matter at that council meeting because of the involvement that there's been to date around everyone's voice participating in the work so far. And I look forward to that paper being received then. I want to thank again the people who have come to the meeting today to listen into the conversation, not only for your participation today, but the work that you've contributed that's informed this whole discussion. So thank you for that. And close our meeting. Karakia, unahia, tapo, kia wātia, ai, kua wātia. Kia ora everyone. Thank you.